Flirting with the Bad Boy, written by Virna DePaul, narrated by Ellen Lang. Prologue. Max's Magic Rule Number 1. The only way to convince people to believe in magic is to first accept it doesn't exist. 22-year-old Max Dalton knocked on his girlfriend Nancy Morrison's apartment door. As he waited for her to answer, he rubbed the promise ring in his pocket. He'd missed Nancy the past 2 weeks. He'd dated plenty of girls before her, but Nancy was the first to truly understand him, to make him feel special, not like an extension of his loving but crazy showbiz family. She was sexy and smart and deep. She understood he was more than a performer or jock. Even though they'd only been dating 2 months, he'd told her things he'd never told anyone before, including how he sometimes hated performing, how he sometimes wished he'd gone off to live on his own so people wouldn't constantly be comparing him to his brother. Now he had something else to share with her. He loved her. He'd suspected it before, but being away had confirmed it. He rapped on her door again. As the minutes ticked by and Nancy didn't answer, unease morphed into worry. She'd called him less and less lately, and she hadn't been around to answer most of his calls. Of course, he'd assumed she was just busy with her studies, like he was busy on the road with the Dalton Family Magic Act, but he heard her voice coming down the hallway before he saw her. His heart sped up when she rounded the corner, her blonde hair floating around her shoulders and her pretty green eyes sparkling. He grinned, until he saw she wasn't alone. Her arm was around the waist of a dark-haired guy with glasses. She froze when she saw him. "Max, what are you doing here?" Her brows drew together and she dropped her arm from around the other guy. But she didn't move closer. "I told you I was coming home today. Who's he?" He jutted his chin toward her companion. The guy shifted his feet uneasily, then said to Nancy, "I'll catch you later," before walking away. Nancy crossed her arms. "Don't make a scene, Max." His eyebrows shot up. "That implies there's a reason I would. Are you seeing that guy behind my back?" His voice sounded steady, annoyed, righteously indignant, but inside his heart hurt and he had to work to make sure his words didn't quaver. He gripped the ring in his pocket. This couldn't be happening. She wouldn't betray him like this. "Don't look so surprised. You knew it would never work between us. I'm just me, and, well, you're Max Dalton, hot magician. The guy whose magic wand every girl wants." He stepped toward her. "I've never played around on you." And he could have. Lots of girls came onto him on the road, but he'd never been tempted, not once, to cheat on her. "Maybe not yet," she said, "but it would happen eventually. I know you want to believe you're more than that, but..." Her trailing words felt like daggers. She believed all the hype about the Dalton brothers after all, believed he was all flash and no substance. "You're wrong about me," he said. "The way Reese and I are on stage, it's an act." "I'm not talking about Reese. You might look exactly like him, but you're not your brother. Even though Reese likes to have fun, he's solid, he's dependable. One day he'll have a wife, a family, but you'll..." "A what?" "You'll keep having fun, just like I'm going to have fun while I'm in college. The difference is I'll move on after I graduate. You're a professional magician. Your whole life's about fun and games. So go back on the road and don't act like you want to be chained down." A vice squeezed his heart, pain radiating everywhere. "Nancy." "Goodbye, Max Dalton." She shrugged away his touch, slipped inside her apartment, then quietly shut the door behind her. Max stood in the hallway for minutes, hours, he didn't know. Finally, he walked away in a daze. He was 22 and they'd only been dating a couple months. It wasn't like he'd been considering marrying her or anything. But he loved her, he was committed to her, and she, thought fun and games was all he wanted? Anger built inside him. Reese was a professional magician too, so was his dad. But that obviously didn't matter. Something about him made girls only want him for a good time. How often had his family and friends referred to him as Max the fun one, Max the chick magnet, Max the charmer? They never spoke of his intelligence or his ambition or his ability to care about others. Maybe that's because they knew something he didn't. Maybe they saw him for what he truly was, and what he wasn't. Unless he wanted to hurt like this again, he needed to start thinking the same way. Chapter 1. Max's Magic Rule Number 2. The bigger the risk, the louder the applause. Las Vegas, Nevada. 11 years later. Max took his second bow of the night. The audience was on their feet, clapping and whistling, impressed by the show's final trick, which he and his brother recently invented. Glancing stage left, he saw Reese standing in the wings, grinning. Of course, his grin probably had less to do with the crowd's reaction than it did the woman standing next to him. Melina, Reese's wife, was beautiful, but 6 months pregnant with twins. She glowed with vitality, blushing when Reese bent to whisper something in her ear. Max had never seen his brother happier. When the curtain came down, Max strode toward them, laughing when Melina threw her arms around him. "That was an amazing set, Max. Brilliant." He pulled back and flicked her nose, and his affection for Melina, whom he and Reese had known since she was 14 and they were 16, swelled inside his chest. Back then, she'd already been in love with Reese. Max had known it. Reese had known it. Hell, everyone had known it. When Melina turned 16, Reese had finally decided to ask her out, but Max messed things up by kissing her. Because of his rash behavior, they'd all paid a heavy price. Reese and Melina essentially stopped speaking to one another, and Max often sensed his brother's resentment towards him. Luckily, last year Max had the chance to make things right, and gotten them to confess their true feelings. Soon afterward, they'd figured out how to meld their different lifestyles, which is how they'd all wound up in Vegas. Now Reese managed the act and continued to invent tricks, while Max took the stage solo. Max looked around but didn't see Melina's best friends, who were visiting her from California. "Where's Lucy and Grace?" Lucy's name rolled off his tongue with ease, Grace's not so much. It never did. Something about the woman got to him, even when she was just a voice on the phone. Melina's eyes flickered slightly. "They said to tell you they loved the show. Lucy had a Skype date with Jericho, and Grace decided to head back with her. She's had a lot on her mind, a few things she needs to work out." Well, that was certainly vague and intriguing. Lucy was a red-headed spitfire with a smart mouth but a kind heart. She also had a penchant for dating younger men, brooding artists with lots of passion but little stability. Her new guy, Jericho, was hitting it big in California's Napa Valley and had an art opening tonight. Grace was quieter than Lucy, not shy exactly, but definitely more restrained, with a hint of a southern drawl and a propensity for idioms that called to mind hot, sultry nights and smooth bourbon. She had an irreverent kind of humor that sometimes sneaked up on him, but on the few occasions he saw her, Max felt the wall she put up between herself and others. Each time he was tempted to climb it. Partially because he was curious and wanted to appease that curiosity. Mostly because she was so beautiful. The combination revved him up, made him think of all the ways he could rattle her. But the last thing he needed was to jeopardize his relationship with his brother and Melina. Grace wasn't like him or the women he dated, out for some fun while it lasted. Besides, she wasn't impressed by Max's sex appeal or his notoriety. She barely seemed to notice him at all. Still, she was Melina's friend, so... "Anything I can help Grace with?" he asked. Max could swear Melina blushed before she shrugged. "I'll let her know you offered, but she probably just needs a good night's sleep." He was feeling tired himself. So tired he wanted to go home, shower, and sleep for 3 days straight. But he had a date. A big one. One that might reverse a shaky situation that was casting a pallor on his family's happiness. Despite tonight's enthusiastic applause, the theater had only been half full. Their show had been spectacularly successful since they'd moved to Vegas last year, but sales had plummeted the last few months thanks to their new competition, a dance and acrobatic revue that had opened in the casino next door. Jeremy Pritchard bought the building with the theater 6 months ago. Like the owner before him, he got a cut of the proceeds from every show in addition to rent. 2 weeks ago, he'd threatened not to renew their lease until they brought sales back up dramatically. They'd upped their promotion budget and marketing efforts, but so far it hadn't paid off. Now they only had another month until their lease was up. While having to find a new venue for their show wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, it could generate weeks of missed performances, lost income, and unnecessary stress for his family and crew. His parents, who were about to leave for a brief second honeymoon in Hawaii, would feel compelled to cancel or cut it short. Most importantly, Max refused to allow anything to mar Reese and Melina's pregnancy, which was going well but was still high risk due to her small stature and the fact she was having twins. "Did Jeremy show?" Max asked. "I sure did," Jeremy called from behind them. They all turned. Jeremy was of average height with a stocky build. He had graying light brown hair and a mustache. His ruddy complexion would bring to mind Santa if you didn't know the guy was a blowhard and a schemer. He slapped both Max and Reese on the shoulder. "Great show tonight, guys." He nodded at Melina. "You're looking beautiful as ever." Melina smiled politely. "Thank you." He looked at Reese. "Great applause, Dalton, but still not a packed house. For your sakes, I hope that changes soon. Good night," he said before walking away. Melina glared at him. "I do not like that man." "With the exception of the casino owners, not many do," Max said. "Rumor is he's got a gambling problem and has mortgaged this place to the hilt." Reese sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "It's too bad we didn't get a say on who bought the building." Max's already considerable anger at Jeremy flared as he turned to his brother. "I don't want either of you worrying about Jeremy or the lease." Reese opened his mouth to reply, but Max interrupted before he could. "I've got it under control. Concentrate on getting ready for the babies. Now, I'm off to Lodi's. You two heading home?" Lodi's was one of Vegas's hottest new bars. The owner, Rick Lodi, was a huge fan of the act and referred a lot of customers their way. Max often stopped by the bar for drinks after the show, which usually led to a late night with a sexy vacationer or showgirl. Tonight, however, he was going to be focused on Elizabeth Parker, his ex-girlfriend and current Hollywood it girl who, for her own reasons, had suggested exploiting both her celebrity status and Max's reputation as a playboy to bring buzz to Max and his show. Reese pulled Melina closer to his side. "Yep, Ladybug here's been yawning all night, so I want to tuck her in." She gazed up at him, her eyes filled with love and adoration. That, Max thought. That's why he'd kissed her all those years ago. Because he'd wanted a woman to gaze at him the way Melina had always gazed at his brother. It's what he'd wanted from Nancy Morrison. It's what part of him still wanted. But, as always, he squashed that part of himself down. He had a good life, with only the occasional blip like the one Jeremy was causing by threatening not to renew their lease. Hopefully that was something he could rectify. As for wanting what Reese had with Melina, why mess things up by dreaming of things he couldn't have? He simply wasn't the kind of man women wanted to settle down and have kids with, but hey, that had its perks too. If he sometimes forgot that, more women were always there to remind him. So off to Lodi's he went. Within minutes, Elise, a gorgeous brunette he'd dated a few times, clung to his side and made it clear she'd be down for more of what they'd shared. He chatted with her while he waited for Elizabeth and the paparazzi that would inevitably be following her. The more time that passed, however, the more he found himself thinking of a different woman altogether. Melina's friend, Grace. What problems were stressing her out? And why had Melina blushed when Max had offered to help? Grace sneaked another peek at Max's reflection in the mirror hanging behind the bar at Lodi's. She'd been watching him for more than an hour, feeling green around the gills whenever she thought of approaching him. According to rumors, Max Dalton, who just happened to be Grace Sinclair's best friend's brother-in-law, delivered the goods every single time. The question was, could she convince him to work his magic on her? She caught the bartender's eye. "Can I get another lemon drop, please?" A minute later, the bartender set the drink down on the counter. "Here you go, sweetie." She tucked her bleach blonde hair behind her ear to reveal a tattooed chain of roses covering her neck. "Get you anything else?" "This is good for now, thank you." Closing her eyes, she tossed back her drink, then slapped the glass down onto the bar with a loud thunk. She always counseled students at the university to aim high when it came to their career goals. Why shouldn't that rule apply to her? She was almost 30, and thanks to Logan Cooper, she was dealing with an ugly sexual misconduct charge at work. More importantly, while she was thrilled that Melina's dreams of love and family were coming true, she also couldn't deny she was jealous. She didn't like feeling jealous of anyone, particularly her friends, but she was determined to deal with her issues in as practical a manner as possible. This entailed acknowledging her jealousy, dissecting it, and making a plan. Of course she was jealous of Melina, who was now building a life with the man of her dreams, and that included the imminent arrival of their babies. But Melina hadn't gotten where she was without taking risks, and Grace had to admit she'd gotten far too comfortable with her life in California. She'd put everything into her job and hadn't dated in months, convinced if a man couldn't satisfy her and was just going to leave her eventually because of that, what was the point? Now her career had been hijacked, and she had extended periods of time with nothing to do but contemplate her failures. If she didn't want to spend the rest of her life alone, she needed to do something about it. Like Melina, she needed to take some risks. The first thing to address was her inability to have fireworks with a man. That particular problem had dominated her life and her actions for so long, however, that this was the final hurrah. She was willing to give it one more shot, but if it didn't happen this time, she was moving on to more important things. That's why she finally decided to recruit Max Dalton for the task. She'd secretly crushed on him from the moment she'd first talked to him on the phone more than a year ago. More importantly, while he might be a tomcat, Melina trusted him completely. As such, so did Grace. She trusted him to be discreet. She trusted him to be kind. And she trusted him to give her what she needed in the end. Turning slightly on her stool, she scoped him out. As usual, he wasn't alone. The brunette he was talking to was the antithesis of Grace, who was slender and blonde with pale skin. Grace dressed to flatter her body, but still exuded magnolia blossom more than vamp. The brunette was beyond overt, with hair down to her waist and a voluptuous body poured into a tight midnight blue dress. She looked confident, as did Max, who was grinning broadly, although his smile seemed to dim a little when the woman ran her finger down his arm. When Grace imagined it was her touching him, a current of desire zipped through her chest. Good Lord, he did it for her, but who didn't he do it for? He dressed formally when he was performing on stage. Now that the show was over, he'd lost the jacket and rolled up the sleeves of his button-down shirt, exposing the corded length of his forearms. Even with most of his body covered, it was apparent he was strong, with broad shoulders. He moved with confidence, and he exuded a tall, dark, and handsome vibe. Experienced and more than capable of giving a woman exactly what she needed and then some. She faced the bar again. As she did, the fabric of her blouse rubbed against her piercings. The friction caused by the dainty gold hoops with tiny silver balls exacerbated the tight achiness she already felt staring at Max. The piercings had been one of her more desperate attempts to feel sensual and actually lived up to their promise. When she was with a man, however, she turned back to look at Max. He was finally alone. Now was her chance. Someone sat on the stool next to her and touched her arm. It was the brunette. "So you decided to go for it?" The woman didn't even try to flag down the bartender. She just looked at Grace, a definite challenge in her eyes. "Excuse me?" Grace asked, even though she knew exactly what the woman was referring to, who she was referring to. Good Lord, had she been that obvious? Stalking Max like he was some kind of prey? The brunette smiled. "Don't worry, he hasn't noticed you." Right, gloves off, Grace thought as her spine stiffened. "Chill out, I didn't mean it that way. You're gorgeous, and Max does like variety. He's obviously done with me. I just want to make sure you know what you'll be getting into, that's all." Still on guard, Grace remained quiet. The brunette was going to have her say, so what was the point? Besides, Grace always did have too much curiosity for her own good. See, Max only has one speed, fast and furious. He's really good at showing a woman a good time, multiple times, all night long, if you get what I mean. A rock would get her meaning, and the woman's words were making her regret coming, which was undoubtedly what the other woman wanted. Max might be done with her, but she was obviously not done with him. Her next words confirmed it. "You seem a little delicate for what Max dishes out." I'd think twice about taking him on. Even if you can handle him, don't expect it to last long. It never does with Max. Just thought I'd do my duty for the sisterhood and let you know." Mentally, Grace told the woman what she thought of her advice in Southern terms. "Well, bless your heart," while deliberately exaggerating her Southern drawl. "You must think I don't have the sense God gave a goose to be making a play for Max. Good thing I've always relied on the kindness of strangers." Her tone was sugary sweet, but as she held the woman's gaze, it was apparent they understood each other. The brunette had warned Grace off. Grace wasn't about to give the other woman the satisfaction of listening. After the woman left, it took Grace a couple of minutes to gather her courage again. She took a deep breath and spun her stool in Max's direction yet again. Instead of catching his eye, she caught him staring at the ceiling. The energy he'd had while talking with the brunette earlier had seeped out of him. Unsmiling, he tilted back his head and seemed to let out an audible sigh. His facial muscles relaxed, and he appeared to be relieved, grateful to finally have a moment alone. It was yet another layer to add to the others she'd already witnessed. Max Dalton might very well be a celebrity and a player, but at that moment he was just a man craving some peace and quiet, something he obviously didn't get enough of. Who was she to intrude? He glanced over and met her eyes. Surprise flickered across his face. He knew she was in town visiting Melina, but he was probably wondering why she was here alone. Just before he lifted his chin, his facial muscles tightening. She saw the tension come over him, and she heard his thoughts loud and clear. What now? What does someone else want from me now? Grace's belly heaved to and fro. Her cheeks heated, and she shot him a small smile before spinning around. Her crush aside, she didn't know the real Max Dalton. She'd only met him a few times. Its words proved there were some who viewed Max as a means to an end, and she was no better. "Hey," she glanced up at the bartender. "Were you waiting to talk to Max? He's alone now, but that's not going to last. If you want a shot at him." She nearly winced. How much of her conversation with the brunette had the bartender overheard? Shaking her head, she smiled slightly. "He looks tired, so I don't want to disturb him. I'll chat with him some other time." "You sure? Because he's actually coming this way." "What?" She glanced over her shoulder and stiffened. Max Dalton was indeed headed straight for her. What was she going to do now? Her heart pounded, pushing her into panic mode. Jumping to her feet, she searched her bag for her wallet, then dropped a few bills on the counter. Suddenly, a redhead grabbed Max's arm. He glanced at Grace, his jaw tightening and his eyes reflecting impatience as the woman blocked him. Grace used that opportunity to escape. Holding her purse tightly against her, she wove through the crowded nightclub, feeling Max's gaze on the back of her neck. "Grace!" She stumbled slightly when she thought she heard Max call her name, but didn't stop. Finally, she pushed out the door, her heels clicking along the crowded Vegas sidewalk. Her heart pounded wildly as tears burned behind her eyes, but she blinked them back. Then strong fingers gently clasped her arm and she swung around. With a feeling of dread, Grace looked up and met Max's gaze. "What the hell, Grace? Why are you running from me?" She gulped. The feel of his hands gripping her arms, gently but firmly, made her shiver. She pasted a smile on her face. "Oh, hi, Max. I'm not running, sugar. It was just time for me to leave." He let her go and crossed his arms over his chest. "Uh-huh. And you didn't hear me calling you?" "You called me?" she asked, eyes wide, her tone obviously forced. Lord, she was such a horrible liar. Slower than molasses going uphill in January, his gaze traveled down her body, taking in her outfit. A rose-colored halter, black skinny jeans, and heels. When his eyes finally met hers again, she couldn't help but gasp. His expression was hot, scorching, and the evidence of his obvious desire ignited her own. She'd come here for a reason, and now she had her opening. The question was whether she was going to reach out and take it. The answer was a resounding no. She couldn't endure being in Max's arms only to have him witness her inability to do what so many other women seemed to do so easily. Besides, although he'd checked her out and seemed to like what he saw, it was probably just reflex. She was dressed up, he was on the prowl. More importantly, she'd actually been running from him. His hunter instincts had kicked in, was all. She started to back away. "I'm sorry, Max, but I have to go. It was good seeing you again." "Damn it, wait." At the commanding tone in his voice, she instinctively stopped. She held her breath as he walked toward her. That breath whooshed out of her lungs when Max lifted a hand and cupped the side of her neck. She gasped at how delicious his touch felt, how it was both tender and inescapable, and his eyes darkened to a deep, burnished jade. "What's going on, baby? Why are you here?" The way he stared at her, intense and deep, coupled with the way he called her baby, almost made her knees buckle. Heat washed over her, then exploded when he skimmed his thumb across the line of her jaw. The way he was looking at her, as if he saw something in her that others didn't, as if he liked what he saw and wanted to spend some time exploring it and hoped that's what she wanted too, made a foolish hope start to bloom. "Grace," he said, "answer me." She licked her lips, noting how his gaze dropped to her mouth as she did so. "I came to ask you." When she paused again, he leaned closer until she could feel his breaths on her mouth, like tender air kisses teasing her with all that could come next. "Grace, I know you're having a problem with something. You don't know me well, but I think you know I'll help you if I can. So tell me, what did you come to ask me?" She took a deep breath and wondered if she was really going to say it right here on the street. But the way he was looking at her, the way he was touching her, she wanted more of that. She wanted it too much. Her gaze flitted away from his. "Max, I can't." He raised his other hand so he was cupping both sides of her neck now. It made her feel boxed in, trapped, and she never wanted him to let her go. Instinctively, she gripped both his wrists. "Grace, what did you want to ask me?" "You're being far too bold, Max. I'm not going to—" "What did you want to ask me, Grace?" "Will you please stop?" "Damn it, just tell me." I just want to be with you." Oh God, she'd actually blurted it out. Max looked shell-shocked, but she had to admit he didn't exactly look turned off by the idea. His expression softened, if softening and burning could happen simultaneously, and he moved even closer, covering the throbbing pulse at her neck with his thumb. "Baby." "Max." They both jerked at the sound of someone calling his name. Grace looked over Max's shoulder at the gorgeous blonde gliding toward them, while a bevy of what appeared to be reporters trailed after her. A few people on the street stopped, stared, pointed. Max cursed under his breath, stepped back, dropped his hands, and turned away from her. Grace felt the loss of his touch like a slap. He cursed again and said over his shoulder, "I'm sorry, Grace, I have to—" His words cut off as the blonde threw her arms around him and kissed him. Grace felt like she'd been run over by a train. Twice. Mortification flooded through her flattened remains, and her skin turned as cold as a cast-iron outhouse on Christmas Day. She'd just said she wanted him, and he was obviously dating this gorgeous woman. Camera flashes went off. Paralyzed, Grace waited for Max to pull away and acknowledge her. Waited for his attempt to ease the embarrassment and humiliation he had to know she was feeling. Instead, he wrapped his arms around the blonde and kissed her back. Passionately. The crowd hooted and hollered, and more camera flashes went off. Finally, the couple pulled apart. The blonde buried her face in his neck, now seeming embarrassed by the attention she garnered. Max darted Grace a quick glance, a slightly strained smile on his face. But then he turned back to the blonde, shielding her even as he maneuvered her through the reporters hurling questions at them and towards Club Lodi. Even after they disappeared into the crowd, Grace stood there for several minutes. People on the street bumped her as they passed. Abruptly, she began to laugh. It was either that or cry, and she'd already made a big enough fool of herself. Despite what she'd tried to convince herself, she'd obviously still harbored hope that there was more to Max Dalton than met the eye. All it had taken to get her there was him coming after her, calling her baby, and asking her what she'd wanted. She was such a fool. Without looking back, she walked away, checked Operation Fireworks off her mental list, and forced herself to contemplate what came next. Chapter 2. Max's Magic Rule Number 3. Cover up mistakes and turn them to your advantage. The day after seeing Grace at Lodi's, Max dropped by Reese and Melina's house. When he got there, the newspapers on the dining room table jumped out at him. Each one folded to reveal a photo of him and Elizabeth kissing on the street. Their plan had worked. He was now being heralded as the actress's new love, the one destined to heal the wounds recently inflicted by her cheating husband, a famous Hollywood director. Another paper had gone with pictures of Max and Elizabeth walking into his condo later that night. Soon the internet would probably be flooded with pictures of him kissing her goodbye at the airport this morning. Their hope was the photos would give Max, and thus his show, the increased sales Jeremy wanted, while also giving Elizabeth's husband the impression his wife was moving on. In truth, she was still grieving their separation. Temporary solutions, both of them, but enough to buy them more time so that better alternatives could be explored. Nothing to feel guilty about. He was single, Elizabeth was legally separated. There was no reason kissing Elizabeth in front of Grace should have made him feel guilty, but that's exactly how he felt. Yet how would it have looked to those reporters if he'd pushed Elizabeth aside to continue his conversation with the beautiful Grace Sinclair? So he'd stuck with Elizabeth, showed her to his guest bedroom later that night, then tried calling Grace at her hotel. She hadn't answered. When he'd gone by the hotel to see her after he'd dropped Elizabeth off at the airport this morning, she hadn't been there, which was part of the reason he was now here. According to Reese, who had called him early this morning to grill him about Elizabeth, the women were out shopping. He'd told Max to use his spare key and meet him at the house. When the girls returned, he was going to explain why he'd walked away last night, apologize, and get Grace to talk to him. Then, after making sure he'd actually heard her correctly, he was going to give her what she wanted. What they both wanted. Grace had always looked good, but last night she looked hot. Not only because her hair had been big and her clothes had hugged her body just right, but because of the look in her eyes. Nervous, but aware of him as a man. Later, even with Elizabeth bunked down in his guest room, Max had gone to bed reminding himself all the reasons he'd fought his attraction to Grace in the first place. Then, after falling asleep, he'd promptly fantasized about her. From that moment on, staying away from Grace made no sense at all. They were both adults. He'd never tried to convince her he was anyone but who he was. If Grace was into him in spite of his reputation, and if she remained into him despite of what had happened the night before, then why shouldn't they explore what they felt for each other? "I'm raising the white flag, girls." Max choked on his beer when Grace's voice came out of nowhere. He whirled around, expecting to see her standing next to him, but the kitchen was empty. So was the family room. Max scanned the room, finally spotting the baby monitor sitting on the counter by the toaster. Melina must have been testing it and forgotten to turn it off, which meant Grace, and probably Melina and Lucy, were in the upstairs nursery. He stepped up to the monitor, reaching to turn it off when he heard Melina speak. "You can't, Grace. You swore you'd never give up." "I was wrong. I'm a sorry excuse for a woman. I've given it my best shot, but my get up and go has got up and went. I'm never gonna have fireworks with a man," Grace said. The air whooshed out of Max's lungs. It felt like he'd been sucker punched. Grace Sinclair, Melina's smart, gorgeous, and amazingly hot friend, had never had fireworks with a man? How was that possible? And even worse, she thought that made her less of a woman? Max dropped his hand. How could he be expected to do the right thing after what he just heard? He placed his beer bottle next to the monitor, then braced both hands on the counter, willing Grace to speak again. "You know, Melina," Grace said, "I like both fabric patterns. What do you think, Lucy?" "I think your frustration has reached unprecedented heights," Lucy said. "Time to come back down to sea level. You're not giving up, girl. We're going to find the guy that will send you to the moon." Yes, Max thought, mentally giving Lucy a high five. Though he had to admit, picturing Grace with some faceless jerk pissed him the hell off. "Never going to happen. I have to accept it, but I'm not giving up on love," Grace said. "I'm just moving forward with my life." Melina hesitated, then sighed. "You have given plenty of men a fair shot, so why continue to force things? Until the right man comes along, maybe you should—" Before he knew what he was doing, he took several steps toward the kitchen doorway, stopping only when Grace spoke again. I don't need a man to raise a baby." "A baby?" Lucy gasped. "That's your new plan? Are you crazy?" Max winced. He could practically hear Grace's hurt in her silence. "Oh, Grace, I didn't mean it like that," Lucy said quickly. "I think you'd be a wonderful mother, but you do need a man to have a baby." "Unless you plan on going the turkey baster route?" Melina asked. "No," Grace said, her voice trembling slightly. "I want a loving and stable father for my baby. I just don't want a boyfriend or a husband." "So no sperm bank, but no personal connection between you and the father either. You just want a baby daddy?" Melina clarified. "Exactly. He lives in his house, I live in mine. Shared custody. I still have time to do the things I enjoy, dance, even date, and my baby gets the benefit of an involved, loving father." Well, that sounded stupid as hell, Max thought. If she was going to bother having a baby with a man, why not try for the whole package? A woman like her deserved that. Plus, did she really think she could trust her child and her own happiness to a total stranger? Whether they lived in separate houses or not, her baby's father would be in her life and would have an impact on almost everything she did. Just who was she planning on? A crazy idea made him suddenly lightheaded. She'd asked to be with him, so was it possible she'd been going to ask him to father her child, too? Granted, he didn't have the kind of reputation or lifestyle that would make most women want babies with him, but maybe, despite what had happened with Elizabeth last night, Grace had seen beyond all that. Maybe there was finally a woman who saw more to him than others did. "When did you decide this?" Melina asked. "To have a baby? I've been thinking about it for a while. But I made the final decision to forego Operation Fireworks for Operation Baby around 1 a.m., about an hour after she'd seen him with Elizabeth." "Grace," Melina said quietly, "I know you went to see Max last night. He talked to Reese this morning and told him. Were you thinking of asking him to be the father?" "What?" Grace's high-pitched laugh was incredulous. "Are you crazy? Of course not. He kissed Hollywood bombshell Elizabeth Parker, and they wound up with their picture splashed all over the papers." "Grace," Melina said, probably intending to tell Grace about Max and Elizabeth's arrangement. Max had explained things to Reese, and he had no doubt Reese had shared the details with his wife. But Grace kept talking. "I had a weak moment, but not that weak. Max is the last guy I'd want to have a baby with. No, I've done a bunch of research on co-parenting options, and..." The rest of Grace's words were drowned out by bitterness. The last guy she'd have a baby with. That hurt. But why was he surprised? The whole reason he and Elizabeth had gotten together last night was to reinforce his reputation as a playboy. And apparently that was the only reason Grace had come to him as well. With an abrupt move, he switched off the monitor. Pressing his palms in his eye sockets, he took a deep breath, then grabbed his beer again. Fine, Grace didn't want him to father a child. He should be relieved, so why did it leave a bad taste in his mouth? "Max," Reese yelled from the front door. "You here?" Max glanced at the now silent monitor before calling back. "In the kitchen." "Hey," Reese said as he appeared in the doorway. "Elizabeth on her way back home?" It took a minute for Reese's words to penetrate and for Max to switch gears and take his mind off Grace and everything he'd heard. Finally, he put down his beer, rubbed the back of his neck the way Reese often did, and shrugged. "Yeah. Has she heard from her douchebag of a husband? He tried calling her last night. She didn't answer, even though she'd wanted to. She still loved the guy and was doing her best to get over him, starting with convincing him and the rest of the world that she was over him." Reese grinned and shook his head in amazement. "So your plan worked like gold, for her and you. I checked online and the next 10 performances are sold out." Max smiled tightly. "That's great. What's wrong?" Reese asked, and Max silently cursed. His brother didn't miss much, and now that he'd shown a chink in his armor, Reese would probably be all over it. "Nothing, just a late night, you know how it is." He grinned and punched his brother in the arm. "At least Jeremy will stay off our backs for a while. The key is to make sure we can keep ticket sales up until we sign the new lease. Then we'll have time to strategize our next move. And in the meantime, I'll keep doing what I do best." "Hi, you two," Melina called just before she stepped into the room. Reese's expression immediately softened. We finished shopping early for once, can you believe it? At the obviously forced cheer in her voice, Reese's eyes promptly narrowed. His brother and Melina had fought a long, difficult battle to be together, and Reese would do anything to ensure his wife's happiness. Add the fact she was now pregnant with his children. Protective didn't come close to describing his brother. Sometimes it still shamed Max when he thought about the part he'd played in keeping Reese and Melina apart for so long. It had taken almost 10 years to make things right between them again. Watching Reese kiss Melina and cup his palm around her rounded belly, Max ruthlessly pushed away a small pang of jealousy. They were happy here in Vegas. It was up to Max to make sure they stayed happy. Plus, they had a responsibility to the show's crew and their families, and that was something neither he nor Reese took lightly. "Hey, Max," a feminine voice called. Max turned to see Lucy, her deep red hair longer than he'd ever seen it, standing just behind Melina. Next to her stood Grace. As Melina pulled away from Reese's kiss, she glanced back and forth between him and Grace. Grace's gaze flitted to the baby monitor, and her shoulders relaxed slightly. "Hi, Lucy. Grace," he said, his gaze locking with hers. Maybe it was because he dreamed of her all night. Maybe it was because of the conversation he'd just heard over the baby monitor. Whatever the cause, he instantly envisioned the two of them together. As her hands caressed his hair and she sprinkled kisses on his face, he felt her in his hands, his chest, his head. Her soft skin enclosed him. Her sweet smell surrounded him. His mouth watered, certain she'd be the sweetest thing he'd ever tasted. "Max, were you talking about Jeremy and the lease? Max!" He jerked at Melina's voice, feeling shell-shocked and struggling to keep his breaths even. He'd always been attracted to Grace, but never, not even last night, had he so vividly pictured them together. And she seemed to be right there with him, her composure smashed to smithereens, her face cherry red, and her hand covering her throat as if to protect herself from him, he supposed. With great effort, he ripped his gaze away from hers and turned to answer Melina. But as he spoke mostly to Grace. "Being seen with Elizabeth has paid off, just like we planned. Her ex is sweating bullets, and the next 10 magic shows are sold out. How about that?" Melina picked up one of the newspapers on the table. She glanced at Grace, who was staring intensely at something on the floor. "Grace," Max said softly. Startled, she glanced up. "I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to explain last night. I was playing a part, and with the reporters there." Grace airily waved her hand. "No need to apologize, sugar. It wasn't exactly a surprise seeing you with one of your women. It didn't bother me a bit." She was lying, Max thought, just like she'd been lying, if only to herself, about no longer wanting what she needed with a man. The fact she'd come to see him last night proved it, but so did the way she'd looked at him then and just now. With passion, desire, yearning. What he'd seen in her, what he'd felt when he'd touched her last night, all pointed to the fact she was settling for something else because she was desperate. It didn't matter that a baby could ultimately be a blessing. Settling was still settling, and a woman like Grace shouldn't have to settle for anything. "Elizabeth's such a sweetie," Lucy said brightly. "It sucks what happened to her, but it was so nice of her to fly down here to help. You sure you have no interest in getting back together?" Max and Grace still stared at one another, and Grace didn't flinch at Lucy's question. Playing the game right along with her, he said, "You know me, Lucy. Why settle for one woman when there are so many who need what I can give them?" Grace stiffened. Good, he thought. Why should he be the only one feeling uncomfortable here? She obviously needed to be shaken out of her comfort zone. Hard. "Now what?" Melina asked, her voice strained, indicating she felt the tension zipping between Max and Grace. Reese rubbed her back. "Max will keep up his presence in the press, maybe make a few more public appearances with Elizabeth. Once we sign the new lease, we'll have the time we need to get the show back on its feet." Even though it made perfect sense, Max wanted to snap at his brother that he wasn't a performing monkey. But that's exactly what he was, what he'd always been. It was what Grace thought of him, too. Just like every woman out there, with perhaps the exception of Melina, Max was all flash and no substance. But he was smart enough to know what Grace needed, and honest enough to know he needed it too. So she didn't see him in baby daddy terms. Big deal. She needed fireworks. He needed to be the man that gave that to her. He also needed to stop her from making a colossal mistake by trying to have a baby before she was really ready for one. After all, she was Melina's best friend. Melina was family, and he didn't want her expending precious energy worrying about what trouble Grace was getting into. Grace had made it clear when she was talking to Lucy and Melina that she wasn't looking for any kind of long-term romantic relationship. Reese and Melina wouldn't have to know about their arrangement. Even if they found out, there would be no reason to think Max was hurting their friend. Resolved, he gave his brother a fist bump. Elizabeth is filming this week, but we're supposed to touch base when she returns. Until then, I'll hit the clubs like normal, make sure I'm seen, and keep the buzz we've started going. I'll start right after tonight's show. Speaking of which, I gotta head out. I'll catch you all later. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to Melina's friends. See you next time you're in town. Lucy waved. Bye now, Grace said, before quickly shifting her attention to Melina, looking like she'd already put him out of her mind. Of course, he had no intention of letting that happen. She didn't know it yet, but she wasn't flying back to California anytime soon. Not until he gave her what she needed and convinced her that having a baby with a stranger wasn't good planning on her part, but a cop-out. Chapter 3. Max's Magic Rule Number 4. If all else fails, distract the audience. Max heard, Lucy said after Max left and Reese excused himself to work in his office. Grace was feeling a little weak at the knees. Had he heard their conversation, he'd hinted as much. But how much had he actually heard? Maybe he didn't, Melina said. Lucy pinned Melina with an incredulous stare, and she winced. Okay, you're right, Melina said. I left the baby monitor on in the kitchen. He heard everything. You think? He bragged he was good at giving a woman what she needs? Clearly, Grace, he's into you. I've always suspected as much, but... Grace shook her head. Even if you're right, he's not into me. He's into the challenge I represent. It was the same reason, the only reason, he'd come after her last night. Male instinct. She'd been dressed up and fleeing. He'd been on the chase. As soon as Elizabeth Parker had shown up, she'd been easy enough to dismiss. She didn't care what scheme they'd planned beforehand. Being dismissed by Max hurt, and she wasn't setting herself up for it again, no matter how much heat she thought she'd seen in his eyes. It's reflex is all, exactly what you'd expect from a man like Max. What's that mean, a man like Max? Melina asked, clearly protective of the man she'd loved like a brother long before he'd actually become one. Who cares if you represent a challenge? Lucy asked. Now that you know that kiss with Elizabeth Parker was staged, you should do what you'd planned to do last night and ask Max to deliver the goods. No way, Grace thought. My priorities have changed, Lucy. I told you, I want a baby. And it's as obvious as fried chicken and lemonade at a picnic that Max can't help me with that. Fried chicken and lemonade, Melina giggled and then shook her head. Anyway, you implied that about Max before, but I think you're wrong. Yes, Max has a reputation with the ladies. His unwillingness to commit to one woman aside, he's wonderful. He'll make a great father so long as he has a partner who can work with his unique lifestyle. The sheer certainty in Melina's voice made Grace's belly do a weird little somersault. Melina knew Max better than any of them. And last night, when he'd stared into her eyes, she thought she had seen a glimpse of the man behind the playboy mask. The loyal brother and loving son. The man that would make a good father. But that kind of thinking was heartbreak waiting to happen. It was the kind of a good woman can uncover the bad boy's heart of gold thinking that got women all over the world in trouble. A man with a heart of gold wouldn't find it so easy to call in his ex-girlfriend and kiss her on the crowded street, thus capitalizing on said ex-girlfriend's celebrity status in order to gain the upper hand in a business situation. So Grace scoffed and looked to Lucy for a show of support. Lucy shrugged. If we were talking life mates here, I'd agree Max isn't a safe bet. You and he are too different. As I learned the hard way, when it comes to long-term relationships, like should be with like. At Lucy's words, Melina and Grace glanced at each other. That was Lucy's refrain lately, her excuse for once again dating over-the-top creative souls. Grace and Melina knew it was an excuse to deal with her recent heartbreak. Lucy didn't. At the very least, she wasn't going to admit it. If we're talking about someone to co-parent with, Lucy continued, I don't think it's necessarily a foregone conclusion that Max wouldn't fit the bill. Grace instantly forgot what Lucy was fooling herself about. You're both crazier than a road-running lizard, she said. I want my baby's father to be stable, comfortable, someone who has his priorities straight, not someone who is looking to put himself in the press even if it's only to drum up interest in his magic act. I want a baby, and I'd like my two best friends to be behind me on this. Now it was Melina and Lucy who looked at each other. Grace's stomach dropped when neither of them managed to even fake a show of support. In light of Logan Cooper's actions, I know why you're doing it, Melina finally said. But you're running away from your issues. I'm not running away, she said, even as she pictured Logan's face and wanted to cringe. He'd been an undergraduate student when she started counseling him on academic and career options. He could be charming when he tried, but he also blamed the world for everything that went wrong in his life. When he'd propositioned her, she'd declined as politely as possible, but he'd obviously harbored a grudge. Later, at a university mixer with faculty and graduate students, Grace did something stupid and played right into his vindictive little hands. Wearing a wraparound dress, she'd let it slide apart enough to flash Stephen Lebrecht, a professor she'd slept with several times. Logan used his camera phone to take a picture, told the dean she was flirting with him, and filed suit against the university. Now she was on academic leave, pending the board's ethics hearing. Eventually, she'd be a star witness in Logan's suit against the university. But she wasn't going to dwell on all that right now. Instead of running away, she said, I'm running to something far more important. Whether the ethics committee dismisses Logan Cooper's charges against me or not, I won't be returning to the university. I'm moving forward with my plan. Lucy scowled. You can't let that little twerp drive you away. I'm not completely. I liked my job, but the truth is I haven't been truly happy for a while. The idea of having a baby, that makes me happy. I'm not rich by any means, but I can't afford to take some time off. I want a new start, a family before it's too late. Too late? Lucy said. You're only 29 years old. My parents had me when my mama was 40 and my daddy was 52. I was 10 when they died. We know, honey, but your mom died in a car crash and your dad died of a known heart problem. It wasn't necessarily age that took them from you. Can't you wait a little bit, see if someone special comes along? Melina's tone was pleading. Grace shook her head. I've gone almost 20 years without a family. I don't want to wait anymore. I want to move on with my life, and that means having a child. Without love, without passion. Lucy's voice held a dark tone. Passion is just the foam on a latte. Nice, but it's not the actual latte. Lord, Melina, Lucy said. She sounds a lot like you before Reese. Not quite, Grace said. I've had passion in my life. I'm just saying I don't need to focus on a man as the be-all, end-all. I want a family of my own. In a way, Logan Cooper did me a favor by forcing me to get my priorities straight. Melina scowled. How dare you say the guy did you a favor? He's dragging your professional reputation through the mud. The ethics committee will see how ridiculous his allegations are. Maybe. I hope so, but either way, I'm not going back. I'm going to make a completely fresh start. This morning, I contacted several surrogacy services to see if an arrangement can be worked out, and one agency has set up an interview for me 2 days from now. The man's from South Carolina. You're going to move to South Carolina? Melina asked. I figure being open to where I live only increases my chances of finding the perfect baby daddy, right? Melina and Lucy said nothing, which meant they still weren't on board with her plan. Grace forced a smile. Let's just table this for now. I'm going to a gym by the hotel in an hour, but tonight, are we still having dinner before Lucy and I leave tomorrow? You have our support, but we're still going shopping, Lucy said. For what? Melina asked. For a bustier and silk stockings, Lucy said. Lucy, you're not listening to me. I'm not interested anymore. I need to focus on what's important. You can find a baby daddy tomorrow. You have one night left in Vegas. Make that night count. If you do, Melina and I promise we won't mention fireworks again. We won't even mention the words Mr. Right." Melina hesitated, bit her lip, and then finally nodded. "That's right. One more night. What can it hurt?" Grace studied her friends and wondered if they truly believed what they were saying. But they only wanted the best for her. And the chances of her meeting someone who'd make her forget her baby plan was nil. Even Max couldn't convince her to get back on that roller coaster again. Fine, one more night. "I feel like an idiot," Grace said a few hours later. After leaving Melina, she'd taken a drop-in class at a nearby gym and returned to her hotel feeling pleasantly exhausted and achy. She'd wanted nothing more than to shower and lounge by the pool, but Lucy and Melina had dragged her to one lingerie store after another. Now she was at a hip new club, squirming on her stool at the tall bar table, trying to adjust the silk stockings that kept threatening to pop off the garter. Somehow, Kevin Costner had made a seductive show of taking garters off a woman in that 80s movie Bull Durham, but as for her, well, she felt all trussed up like one of those Budweiser horses strapped to the big beer wagon. "Stop squirming." Lucy was dressed up too, working her red hair and compact, curvaceous body, and eradicating all hints of girlishness by covering the freckles on her face with makeup. Despite how Lucy was dressed, Grace knew her friend wasn't looking to score herself. While she and Jericho weren't necessarily exclusive, Lucy barely drummed up enough interest to keep that relationship going as it was. Whether she wanted to admit or not, her heart had been broken. By a nice guy, no less. Last year, Lucy, who'd always been drawn to bad boys and moody artists, had accepted Grace and Melina's challenge to give a nice guy a shot. A women's studies professor at the same California university where Grace and Melina had worked, Lucy had spent months denying her attraction to Professor Jamie Whitcomb. To everyone's surprise, she'd abruptly given in, and the two had dated several months before the breakup had crushed her. She denied it, of course, but Lucy was like that. She'd sooner eat worms than admit, even to her best friends, that a man had the power to hurt her. Lucy pushed Grace's dirty martini closer to her. "Drink up, Grace. We're at one of the best clubs in Vegas, and men are looking at you. Men who probably want a night of Vegas fun before going back to their boring lives. Just pick one." Lucy acted as if picking up a guy was something Grace did all the time. Grace was only here to placate Melina and Lucy. She wasn't going to pick up a guy. She was going to stay focused on her plan. Grace scanned the room. The place was so crowded she wouldn't be able to cuss a cat without getting fur in her mouth. Where did all these people come from? Women were eyeing men, men were eyeing women, as if the nightclub was a true meat market. Sheesh. She should hang a sign around her neck, single and willing, but that would hardly make her stand out in the crowd. It was like a pack of wolves in here. One man's pants were so tight she could see his religion. Was this what Max, and before he got married, Reese, lived with on a constant basis, being perpetually hunted? "It fries my rear end to have to be here," she murmured, then downed the rest of her martini. "Give me colic and dirty diapers any day. None of these men are here looking for a woman they actually want to get pregnant, that's for sure. But you're not here to set your grand plan in motion. You're here because you deserve to experience everything with a man before you tie yourself down with a baby and shared parenthood." Grace didn't disagree, but she wasn't keen on Lucy's plan either. Pick up a guy, go through the motions of awkward flirtation and the getting-to-know-yous, only to be disappointed in the end. Been there, done that. It was just too bad Melina wasn't here. Having a pregnant woman along as her wingman would have been the perfect excuse to cut the evening manhunt short. But although Melina had come along to the lingerie store and helped select the outfit Grace was wearing, her back had started aching and she'd gone back home to rest. Grace envied Melina big time right about now, and not just because she was 6 months pregnant. "Lucy, I think we should just go back to the hotel." "But the pickings are ripe," Lucy said, then pointed toward a group of men. "Look at that one, the guy in the gray suit. He's hot, and he just looked at you. Show him some leg." "What?" "You're sitting with your toes and knees all pressed together like some prim and proper matron. Cross one leg over the other, your skirt will slide back a bit, and he'll be here in less than a minute, offering to buy you a drink." No one knows you in Vegas. You're free to do what you want. There will be no consequences. No one's here to set you up. Now cross your leg." "Lord, Lucy, if I do, can we get out of here?" "If you do and he comes to talk to you, and I know he or some other guy is going to come and talk to you, and you give him a fair shot and decide you're not into him, and you do that maybe a dozen times and get the same results, then we can go." A dozen times? Eating worms was sounding really good. "Lucy, you promised one more night before you start your plan, Grace. One night to find a man who will at least try to give you what you need." She glanced across the room at the man in the gray suit. He was staring at her, not at her face, but firmly at her leg, where the silk stocking left off and her bare skin began. The man in the gray suit finally caught her gaze. He smiled, not a bad smile per se, but his teeth weren't as strong and white as Max's, and his lips were thin and stretched too far back, showing his gums. He had nice shoulders and seemed tall enough. Hot, just like Lucy had said. He turned back to his friends, and Grace quickly did the same. "I think Gray Suit is coming over here," she whispered, desperation starting to form. She wanted to leave, but she also didn't want to let cowardice drive her the way it had last night at Lodi's. She didn't want to regret her life to the point she spent the next few decades complaining about it. She never wanted that. She could do this. No, she couldn't do this. Yes, she could do this. But she didn't want to do this, not with him. Oh, for heaven's sake. "Excuse me," a deep male voice said from behind. Her insides went to jelly, and not in a fantastic way, but more like a crap on a cracker, what have I just done way. She forced her muscles to work and turned to face Gray Suit. "Sorry to interrupt," he said, smiling down at her. "But I couldn't help but notice you the moment I came in. I've been standing there waiting with my friends for a while, trying to get my nerve up to come over and introduce myself. I'm Blake Jordan." Chapter 4. Max's Magic Rule Number 5. Convince females in the audience you only have eyes for them. Max was pissed for 2 reasons. First, he was close enough to hear the scumbag currently trying to pick up Grace. The guy had hit on at least 3 different women before her and had only focused on Grace when she'd shown her garter. Second, Grace was showing said garter while wearing a mind-boggling short skirt. That meant even though Grace had been ready to ask for his help last night, she was now more than ready to give herself to another man. But even as Max's anger continued to build, he saw the strain underneath her game face. No, coming to him last night hadn't been easy for her. And the only reason she was here now was because Lucy had encouraged her. Melina had said as much when she told Max where to find them. Neither Grace nor Lucy had seen him when he'd arrived. And now he stood behind them as they faced the jerk-off. What was his name? Blake? Probably a fake name to go with the fake persona. Under the neon lights of the nightclub, the tan line on the man's ring finger told him everything he needed to know. Max pulled some bills out of his pocket, handed the money to a passing cocktail waitress, then scooped 2 martinis off her tray. She gave him a crooked look, but then shrugged and walked off. He came around from behind the girls' table and held the drinks out, one for Lucy and one for Grace. "Hi, Dixie. Sorry I'm late with the drinks. Took forever to get them from the bartender," he said, smiling broadly at Grace, who looked puzzled and, though she hid it quickly, pleased to see him. "Max," she said slowly, "what are you—" "Oh, sorry, babe. Did I get you the wrong martini?" He turned to the married jerkwad and took his hand, shaking it before the man could walk away. "Hi, I'm Max Dalton. I'm the headliner at the Portofino. This is my date Dixie, and you are?" Next to him, he heard Lucy snort and mutter under her breath. "Just leaving," the man said. He pulled his hand out of Max's tightening grip, turned, and walked off, leaving Max alone with one visibly annoyed woman and another who was laughing hard enough to pee her pants. "Dixie," Lucy said, "I totally get it. Grace is a sweetheart, and she's from the South, heart of Dixie." "You read my mind." Max winked at Lucy, then turned to Grace. "The guy was married," he said, "and he'd tried picking up on 3 different women before you caught his attention with—" He stroked the outside of Grace's thigh, tracing his hand up from her knee past the tip of her stockings. Then, with one finger, he lightly flicked the garter strap. Grace gasped. Without taking his gaze off Grace, he said, "Lucy, you know I adore you, but Grace and I have something we need to discuss. Think you could make yourself scarce for a while?" Yeah, sure. I'll be at the bar. Grace? Find me when you're done, talking to Max." After Lucy left, Max took his hand off Grace's thigh and sat on Lucy's stool. "We didn't finish our conversation last night," he said, getting right to the point. "Oh, we finished it," she said. "I've moved on." "So I heard," he said. Her face flamed, but she tilted her chin up, apparently not willing to be intimidated by him. "You did not overhear our conversation on the baby monitor." He just looked at her. Exhaling loudly, she rolled her eyes. "Okay, fine, but you did not hear the entire conversation." She scrunched up her nose, which he found adorable. "Did you?" "Answer this question first. Why are you willing to settle for having a child with a man you don't love?" Her brow furrowed. "That's what you sent Lucy away to discuss?" He shrugged. "It's a bleak way of going about making a family. Not all of us are about passion, sugar. Do you realize you only call me sugar when you're trying to pull the wool over my eyes? Newsflash, it's not working. You overflow with passion." "I have reasons for being practical," she insisted. "I'm aware of that. That's what brought you to the club last night looking for me. It wasn't just that you wanted me." She'd been pink before, but now she blushed so red she practically glowed. "Okay, so you obviously heard everything I said over that baby monitor. But me coming to you last night, call it a case of temporary insanity. I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm not worried. I'm not stupid either. I'm not going to let you brush off what you said as unimportant." She refused to answer, but for the first time dropped her gaze from his to stare at her hands in her lap. He leaned in close to her, mentally willing her to stay put. She stayed still. When he got his mouth to her ear, he whispered, "Last night you told me what you wanted. Tonight I'm telling you I'll do it." She didn't pull away. Instead, she turned her head until her mouth was even with his ear and whispered back, "You're a true gentleman, Max, but I told you what I wanted. I don't want it anymore." He leaned back then, settled in a seat, and grinned at her. "Liar." Her eyes darkened. "It won't work," she said. "You made your choice when you walked away from me last night. I made mine. You know about my little issue. I wish you didn't, but you do. So you have to know how sick and tired I am of dealing with it. Elizabeth interrupting us last night was a sign. I'm finally receiving the message and moving on to more important things." "Bullshit. You're embarrassed because of what you told me and pissed because I walked away. But I already explained why I did, and it had nothing to do with not being interested in giving you what you want. You know that's not the case. You know how attracted I am to you, right?" "Max, tell me you get how attracted I am to you, Grace." "You seem to be attracted to me, yes." "I have been for a long time, and you've wanted me too. You needed fireworks, and you've come to the right man. As for moving on to more important things, with said things being a baby and a stranger to be your baby's father." "Will you please lower your voice?" she hissed, looking around. Luckily, no one seemed to be paying them any attention. "We can talk about that idiocy later." "It's not idiocy, and it's none of your business." "You made it my business last night. You made you my business." "Like I said, I trusted you last night. I don't anymore. You walked away from me, Max. You left me there, feeling like a complete fool." He covered her hand with his. "I know I did, and I'm sorry. I promise, Grace, that won't happen again." She shook her head, obviously not letting what he was saying sink in. "You're my best friend's brother-in-law. It would complicate things." That's exactly what he'd thought. Why he'd never come on to her. Now that he knew Grace needed him, things had changed. "It won't complicate things between the four of us because Reese and Melina don't have to know. Between you and me, I like complicated." "I don't." "That's right," he said, placing a hand on her knee and skimming the top of her stocking with a finger. "You like things practical. It's why you came to me last night. Because common sense told you if any man could give you what you need, it was me. Here's a word of advice, Grace. Trust your instincts." "You arrogant." He hadn't been planning on it, but he couldn't resist. Cupping the back of her head, he pressed his mouth against hers. He sipped at her lips as if she was a fine wine, and it was true, she was intoxicating. She tasted like peaches, soft and ripe and succulent. He immediately wanted more. So did she. Angling his head, he took the kiss deeper, but only briefly. Even so, by the time he pulled away, they were both breathing hard, staring at each other in a way that screamed encore. He leaned his forehead against hers, stroked back her silky blonde hair, and whispered, "Think about it, and don't get on that plane tomorrow. Fly with me instead." Then he left. She knew where he lived, and it was important she trust him enough to come to him. Either she'd show up at his place later, or Lucy would get her safely back to the hotel. But even as he left, Max was pretty certain he'd see her soon. Grace was fighting it, but she knew what she wanted. She wanted him. Struck by indecision, Grace watched Max walk away. Her mind told her to let him go. Her body screamed to run after him. His kiss, his words. Neither had been completely over the top, but they'd been just bold enough to get her attention and prove what she'd always believed. Max Dalton would be a spectacular lover. But she refused to think of Operation Baby as idiocy, no matter what he or Lucy or Melina or anyone else thought. She knew what she wanted, but she also couldn't deny she still wanted what Max was offering too. "You're kidding, right?" Lucy's voice caused Grace to jerk. "You're actually still sitting here when I saw Max Dalton just make his move?" Grace turned to face her friend. "I'm scared, Lucy," she whispered before she even knew what she was going to say. But it was true, so she didn't bother trying to take it back. "Why?" Because I trusted him last night and he hurt me. Even if I understand he didn't mean to, if I concentrate on family first, there's always the chance that later." When her words faded into a prolonged silence, Lucy reached out and hugged her. "Grace, there's nothing wrong with you. You don't need to rush out and have a baby because you think you're defective." "I know," Grace said, resting her cheek against Lucy's shoulder for a moment. Even as she admitted to herself, she did think she was defective. All she wanted was to be normal. She was so tired of reaching for something she couldn't have. But she wasn't going there, not with Lucy, who already saw too much. Maybe her motives were slightly mixed up, but in the end it didn't matter. Taking a deep breath, she pulled back. "I don't want to have a baby because I think I'm defective. Not completely," she said swiftly when Lucy opened her mouth to argue with her. "I just want a baby. I want one while I'm still young. I want one even without a man in my life. And I'm ready to have one, honestly. But you were right. If I can find what I'm looking for with a man beforehand, it would ease my mind about the future. And you're also right about Max. He did make his move." Lucy looked like she wanted to respond to several of Grace's comments, but contented herself with simply saying, "So, what are you waiting for then?" Grace looked in the direction Max had gone. Her heart thudded like a runaway train in her chest. "Do you think I can still catch him?" "I'm betting he's walking really slowly, just in case. Now go for it, girl. And remember, no matter what happens, you are fabulous, Grace. You are fierce. You are an amazing woman. And Max isn't doing you a favor here. He's reaching out for what he's wanted for a long time. You've just given him a great excuse to do so." Grace stood but looked at Lucy with confusion. "Why would he need an excuse to proposition me? Anyway, you're wrong. This is a favor Max is doing for me. At most, he's bored, and this is a challenge he can't resist." "You keep telling yourself that," Lucy said. "But we'll see where we are in a few weeks. This is one night, then I'm moving on with my plan." Lucy nudged her in the side, silently encouraging her to go after Max. "We'll see," she repeated. "Just don't think you're getting away with not giving me details afterward." With another gentle nudge from Lucy, Grace began walking toward the exit. Part of her felt like she was a robot on autopilot. The other part of her felt incredibly human, her tummy dancing to the hum of people in the bar and her teeth unable to keep her lips still. Nervous, excited, and, yes, hopeful. This was Max Dalton they were talking about, the Max Dalton. But more importantly, it was the man who'd promised he'd do whatever it took to make her fly. Even if in the end he failed, she knew everything leading up to that moment would be the best she ever had. Max was just unlocking his car when he sensed someone behind him. He turned and saw Grace. She looked about ready to bolt, and he automatically raised his palms as if she was a small animal he didn't want to scare off. "Grace," he said with a smile. She took several jerky steps closer, then said, "I want a baby. I know you know that. And I'm not asking you to have anything to do with that. Of course I'm not, but you have to understand that's what I want most, and that's not going to change." "Okay," he said, not knowing where she was going with this. "You might think I'm making a mistake, but it really is none of your business. Aside from what you're offering me, I'm not your business. So I don't want to hear any more about my baby plan being idiotic, okay?" What could he say to that? He still had every intention of convincing her to rethink her plan, if only because he owed that to Melina. He remained silent. She rubbed her arms together, appearing frustrated that he wasn't responding the way she obviously wanted. "Have you ever been with a woman who's had trouble with—" She waved her hand. "You know." He dragged his hands over his face, trying not to smile. Somehow he didn't think she'd appreciate it. "Sure," he said. "It's not that uncommon for women, Dixie. But those women trusted me. They embraced the idea that, he waved his hand, was possible and let me run the show, and we always worked it out." Her face transformed. "How do you know? They could have faked like a possum." "Did you fake it?" he asked. She immediately sobered, giving him his answer even as she took several steps back. He sighed. Not exactly what he was going for. He'd have to push her to talk, of course, but he'd have to do it when she was closer so she couldn't run away and hide. "Most men have fragile egos," she said. "Well, I don't, so you don't have to worry about playing possum. But let's focus on one thing at a time here. It seems you're accepting the offer I made inside. If that's the case, stop using delay tactics to cover up your nerves and come here." He said it gently, but with the obvious intention that she obey. Only she wasn't through fighting whatever was keeping her 10 feet away. "Wait, it's only fair. You have to know, the chances of it happening for me are zero, below zero." He immediately wanted to deny her claim. He immediately wanted to take her in his arms and kiss away the nonsense she was spouting. Instead, knowing she was all jazzed up and needed to say what was on her mind, he leaned back against his car and crossed his arms over his chest. "In this context, I'm not sure a below zero chance is even possible." His relaxed posture seemed to calm her, and she stepped closer. "That's right, baby girl, come to me." A strange sense of lightness overcame him, as if a burden he was carrying and didn't notice until now was lifted. It confused him, but he was way too focused on Grace and her next words to analyze it. "See, that's where you're wrong. You're right. I did come to see you last night to ask for that, but part of the reason I chickened out, well, I can't let this go any further until you know exactly what a burden it's going to be for you, sugar." Max felt a fierce frown overtake his face. "Burden?" he said, straightening. Suddenly he remembered her telling Melina and Lucy she was a sorry excuse for a woman. "That's how you think of yourself? Please," she said. "Just listen to me. Let me say what I need to say, or this can't go any further." Seeing she was serious, Max forced himself to lean back against the car again. "Fine, but don't refer to yourself as a burden. You're a beautiful woman, and it would be my honor to be with you. It would be any man's honor. That's what several men before you thought, before they tried to give me what I wanted and couldn't. And before you say what I know you're going to say, it wasn't them, it was me. Dixie. My first boyfriend was an all-star quarterback in college. He was handsome, popular, smart. He liked me, but we went out for 2 years. 2 years, Max, and nothing." She was speaking fast now, as if she had to in order to get it all out. Max straightened and took 2 steps toward her. "That doesn't mean—" She took exactly 2 steps back, causing him to narrow his eyes and stop. He'd stayed away from her for more than a year, but already he was tired of her backing away from him. "After that, I tried a couple of times with guys I just met, and those times, it wasn't even good, not any part of it. I could barely relax, and I learned it wasn't worth it, trying with someone who didn't care about me and whom I didn't give a hoot about either. I just ended up feeling worse about myself. That's not what's happening here. I care about you, and She interrupted him again, and it started to piss him off, even as part of him was finding her more and more adorable. I didn't have a serious boyfriend again until a few years later. I met a guy when I was out celebrating my 24th birthday. He was a college professor, but far from a nerd. Again, handsome. Again, he cared about me, and I cared about him. He had straight white teeth, great hair. He was funny. He was kind. He came from good people. I tried to fake it, but eventually he caught on. And after 3 years together, 3 years of him trying and trying and trying, and me failing and failing and failing. Her breath hitched, and Max had had enough. He moved quickly toward her, not letting the fact she backed away deter him this time. "Grace," he whispered as he gathered her in his arms. She was shaking, he realized. With the amount of pressure she was putting on herself, of course it had been impossible to let go. And that's what this was about, he was sure of it. She hadn't been able to let herself go with those men. He was going to find out why and help her pass those barriers. "It happened again and again, just like that," she said. "Good men I was attracted to." She abruptly stopped talking, and he found himself no longer able to hide his amusement. Laughing, he hugged her tighter. "White teeth, good hair, hot bods, I got it. Message received, Grace." She shook her head and started to pull away, but he held her tighter. "You were with quality men. They were with a quality woman. You don't have to worry that I don't know what I'm getting into. You've warned me this isn't going to be easy. What I need now is for you to get that out of your head." He pulled back and held her gaze. "This isn't just about me doing you a favor. I've wanted you for a long time." When she started to look away, he cupped her chin and refused to let her. "I think you're beautiful. I need this, Dixie, just as much as you need it. Something's been missing from my life. I don't know what it is, but what I do know is the idea of being with you, and yes, the idea of proving to you that there's not one thing wrong with you, has me jazzed up and excited. Very excited," he whispered. "You with me?" "Max, are you with me, Grace?" She hesitated, her anxiety and doubt apparent. Then, tentatively, she nodded. "Good," he said, feeling like he'd crossed over some kind of finish line when in reality the race had barely begun. "Now I'm assuming Lucy knows you're with me and is heading back to your hotel on her own?" She nodded again, seeming to have gone mute. He smiled and kissed her forehead. "Have you ever parked?" he asked. "Parked?" she asked with a crinkle between her brows. She looked over at his car, a sleek black Audi. "Yeah, as in made out in a car, until the windows got all steamy." She swallowed hard, and Max couldn't help himself. He reached out and lightly caressed her throat with the pads of his fingers. She shivered. He clenched his teeth to contain his own moan. "In college," she whispered, her eyes getting drowsy with memory. "Then let's get in the car, Grace. Because I want to hear more about what you were like in college, including what you liked then, what you like now, and what you think you might like but have been too embarrassed to admit." Chapter 5. Max's Magic Rule number 6. Always leave them wanting more. Good Lord, Grace thought. I'm in a parked car with Max Dalton, and he told me he needs me. So why am I sitting here pressed against the passenger door? And why isn't he reaching over the center console and touching me? Max, who'd just pulled his car into a lookout point with a stunning view of the Las Vegas Strip, turned toward her. "Locals call this place Love with a View. I've never actually been up here, but I've been meaning to check it out." She gazed at the twinkling lights and far-off desert-scape. "It's pretty," she said. She tried to relax and started with unfolding her hands from her lap. Her palms were sweaty, but she resisted wiping them on her skirt. She wasn't sure how he planned on starting to steam up the windows, but when he asked, "So what were you like in college?" she blinked in surprise. "You really want to talk about that? It's a good place to start." "Start what?" "Start talking, Grace," he said gently. "I thought you wanted to make out and steam up some windows." "We'll work our way up to that. You said you had your first experience with your college boyfriend. What was his name?" Grace just stared at Max, not sure why they were working their way up to anything, and really not sure why working their way up meant telling Max her ex-boyfriend's name. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat. He's really not relevant. So humor me. His name was Neil. Since you waited until college, did you wait for religious reasons? No. Then why? She shrugged. I didn't want to give myself to just anyone. He nodded, his eyes darkening, and she was wondering what he was thinking. She was obviously willing to give herself to him. Before that, before you had a boyfriend, did you experiment, make out in high school? Not really, she said. You know how attracted I am to you, right? Her eyes flew open. Max, do you ever think of me? With the barest of movements, she nodded. Ah, Grace, that's good. She tried to pull away. He wouldn't let her. What's wrong? What are you embarrassed of? Nothing. Baby, I think you need a man who's willing to talk straight. One who's willing to move beyond what one might expect and get down to business with giving you what you need. To know what you need, I need to ask questions and not be held back by your sense of modesty. I've tried plenty of things with plenty of men, and all of them have failed. Max grinned. You forget you're in Vegas, and you forget how motivated I am. Make no mistake, you're about to get lucky. I think I've got a pretty good handle on what you need and how we're going to get you where you need to go. What exactly do I need? A partner who wants to play. One who's willing to push you while at the same time holding off. One who's going to prove he's not settling but enjoying every second of that exquisite torture right along with you. Sounds frustrating for both of us, and I've had enough frustration as it is. Any frustration you suffer during the process will be worth it. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about totally placing myself in your hands, she snorted. You don't ask a lot, do you? I'm asking for what I think you need. And Grace, that includes canceling your flight tomorrow. She laughed nervously. I can't stay in Vegas that long. Why not? Melina said you were taking time off from work. When she remained silent, he said, Grace, you've got a plan for yourself, one that doesn't involve California or career. You want me to give you something before you start your plan, but you have to give me a fair shot. That's the point. If we're going to do this, we're doing it all the way. And that means total trust by you, and total openness to whatever may come. I will push you to stretch your boundaries and inhibitions, but I will never do anything you don't like or cause you pain. If I do, all you have to do is say no and I'll stop. She was tempted to give in. He could see it in her eyes, in the way she bit her lip and looked at him as if he was a big slice of chocolate cake and she was starving. But she held back, out of fear, out of honesty. He was getting that words meant something to Grace. She didn't use them lightly. And she really didn't want to say she'd give him total control when she wasn't sure she actually could. What about your plans? She asked, obviously trying to buy herself some time. Back at the house, you said you need to draw more attention to your show by drumming up press. How will you have time for that and me? I'll make time. I wouldn't feel comfortable. That is, I wouldn't want... You wouldn't want me to go from touching you to touching another woman. More like the other way around. That's not a problem. You said it yourself. What I'm going to be doing is about drumming up press. You kissed Elizabeth, she reminded him. And I won't be seeing her for another week. You're the only woman I'm interested in right now, Dixie. What if that changes? It won't. But what if it does? I'll deal with it, and that will mean talking to you before I betray your trust. I don't want press, she said. I'm dealing with stuff you don't know about, Max, stuff that means I need total privacy. If you can't give me that... He immediately wanted to grill her about what stuff she was talking about. One thing at a time. I promise I'll keep you out of my business. We're the only people who will know we're seeing each other. With my performance schedule and having to work the bars, we won't have tons of time together, but the time I do have, I'll devote to you. She thought about it, then seemed to come to a conclusion. Okay, under those conditions, I'll try to be open to whatever you suggest. He wished he could let it go at that, but he couldn't. She was waffling, and he needed to be very clear about what he was asking for, and what she'd be agreeing to. Trying to be open isn't going to be enough. You place yourself in my hands completely, with the exception of anything that you don't like, after you've given me a fair shot at persuading you. Let me have all of you, or tell me what you're afraid of, because it shouldn't be this hard. She flushed, looked away, then forced herself to meet his gaze again. Easy for you to say. I've never had the issues you do, he said quietly, to which she had no response. So are we going to do this or not? You know I won't hurt you. You know what I want to give you. I can't unless you trust me in a way you haven't trusted any of your partners. He was saying it straight out so she couldn't misunderstand. She looked scared but tried to rally. I did trust them. I trust you. Words are easy, Dixie, no matter how it looked. If you think you trusted them with all of you, you're wrong, and it'll be my job to prove it to you. He saw the conflicting emotions in her eyes and felt her pain. She shook her head, and he knew he was losing her. I don't know, maybe this is a bad idea. What if I give up control to you? He said abruptly. She looked startled, then intrigued. What? He hesitated, cursed himself. What was he doing? Before you place yourself in my hands, how about I place myself in yours? What does that mean? You say you're adventurous. Show me. Silence stretched between them as she thought about it. He practically saw the gears turning in her head. I need to think about it. Can I take the night? To make sure I can clear my schedule, I mean. Disappointment crashed through him, but he nodded. Sure, Grace. He drove her to her hotel and walked her to the lobby doors. To his amusement, she held out her hand. No matter what, thank you, Max. I mean it. His mouth tipped up and he shook his head. I think we can end this night with something better than a handshake, don't you? Sure, she said. She waited for him to move toward her. When he didn't, she leaned closer and kissed him. She was complex, and so was the way she kissed. She started slow and easy, a whisper of soft caresses that drew him in. He pulled away. Her breath hitched and puffed against his mouth. She wanted more, and so did he. It took everything he had, but he took several steps back. She'd said she'd needed time, and he was going to give her that. Take tonight, Grace. If you decide you can accept my terms, let me know. Otherwise, catch that plane tomorrow and know that I wish you well. Chapter 6. Max's Magic Rule Number 7. Never let a beautiful woman upstage you. Melina told me you were concerned about Grace. You finally track her down and make your move? Max blinked. Considering he was right in the middle of bench pressing 250 pounds, he didn't answer his brother, who was spotting him right away. It had been less than 24 hours since he saw Grace, but for all he knew, she was heading to the airport to catch her flight right now. To make sure he didn't do something stupid like try to stop her at the airport and fall to his knees begging for another chance at betting her, he'd called his brother to meet him at the gym. Like he told her, he needed Grace's total trust if he had any hope of giving her what she wanted. Without that... After he settled the free weights in place, he sat up and cocked a brow at Reese. His brother already saw too much. On the off chance Grace didn't get on that plane today, he needed to throw him off the scent. Make my move? What are you, in 6th grade? He asked, injecting an as-if tone into his voice. Reese rolled his eyes. Right, like you haven't wanted a piece of her since you heard her voice. She's gorgeous, her accent is sexy, and all those little southernisms she spouts. He paused, obviously waiting for Max to fill in the blank. Adorable, Max said. They were just one more thing he enjoyed about Grace. He wondered how many southern idioms she had in her back pocket. He choked back a laugh when his brother scowled. I don't get you, Max. You hit everything else. Why not Grace? Max took the towel lying around his neck and wiped his brow. She's Melina's friend. He shrugged, again suggesting his disinterest rather than lying flat out. Reese's shrug mimicked his. So what's the plan for tonight? Max frowned. He hadn't expected Reese to accept his excuse so easily. He found himself wanting to continue talking about Grace, to give in and do what he always wanted to do but never had. Grill Reese about what he knew about his wife's friend. He wanted to know what her hobbies were, what kind of movies she liked, what her favorite ice cream was. All he had were the little bits of information Melina had dropped in conversation over the years and what he learned about Grace last night, which wasn't enough. But he contented himself with the knowledge that he probably knew things about her that Reese didn't. He forced himself to answer Reese. Same as usual, as far as I know. Rehearsal, show, promoting the show. Unless Grace had decided to stay in town and grant him the opportunity to add something even more spectacular to his agenda. You heard from Elizabeth? Only a voicemail, thanking me again and checking in. She's a good friend. Now that her husband's out of the picture, you think anything might happen between you two again? Not at all, Max thought. First, because her husband wasn't out of the picture, not as far as her heart was concerned. Second, the only woman Max was interested in right now was Grace. Hey, Reese said, nudging him with his elbow. Look who we're not talking about. Max followed his brother's line of sight and barely stopped himself from pumping his fist in the air. It looked like Lady Luck was sliding closer and closer. Grace stood at the check-in counter, dressed in black spandex shorts and a pale pink sports tank that left a few inches of her lower back exposed. Her head was bent as she signed some papers, her ponytail revealing her neck and upper back. Above and below her tank, Max could see tattoos, which had always been covered before. The tattoos were curved lines spaced about an inch apart. The lines, at least what he could see of them, created a shape that resembled half a feather. He had no idea whether all those curved lines met in the middle of her back to form some kind of recognizable image, but he wanted to find out. The tattoos were just another facet of Grace, bold yet mysterious, trendy yet subdued. She wasn't hiding them, but she wasn't revealing them either. Just like she wasn't hiding her desire, but despite the fact she was right here in front of him, he'd bet she wasn't willing to bear all she was, give all she was, to get it. Not unless he continued to push her. In a moment she straightened, dug around in the large workout bag slung over her shoulder, and produced what Max figured was a credit card. The young woman helping her at the counter took it and swiped it through a register. She's staying in Vegas for another week, Reese said. But you knew that already, didn't you? What? Max said absently, keeping his eyes on Grace as she headed toward the women's locker room. He could feel the grin trying to take over his face. Then he remembered he'd promised to give her total control, and it tempered his feelings of victory and anticipation. His unease grew the longer Reese stared at him. Was his brother going to say anything or burn him with laser eyes all day? Max finally turned to him. She's staying for a week? Why would you think I already knew that? You called Melina last night and found out where she was. Next thing I know, Grace has decided to extend her trip. I need to know you know what you're getting into, because somehow I don't think you do. I'm not getting into anything. She was one of his sister-in-law's best friends. He was determined to take care with her, and that meant respecting her desire for privacy. Don't you have a pregnant wife to get home to? His brother sighed. I most certainly do, and to tell you the truth, she hasn't been feeling well. Max's good humor immediately fled. What's going on? Do you need to take more time off? She and the doctor assure me it's just normal aches and pains, and believe me, I'm taking plenty of time off to be with her. So much she's worried she's interfering with work. Well, don't let that stop you. Of course not. But you know the baby blankets Mom's been working on? She finished them early and wants me to pick them up before they leave for Hawaii. I'd planned on driving there today, only... No problem. I'll swing by and pick them up for you. Reese's expression turned to one of relief. That would be great. I'll head home and watch a movie with Melina. Thanks, Max. No problem. The hand Reese clapped on Max's shoulder said it all. After Reese left, Max headed toward the check-in counter. The young woman who'd helped Grace a few minutes earlier smiled at him and leaned against the countertop. May I help you, Mr. Dalton? He flashed her a megawatt smile. Even counter girls expected him to flirt with them. All women did. But right now, all he wanted was peace of mind. And that meant figuring out why Grace hadn't yet come out of the women's locker room. Hiya, sweetheart. he said smoothly, leaning against the counter and getting close to the girl, who giggled nervously. "I'm looking for my friend Grace. She was supposed to meet me, but I'm not seeing where she went. Maybe she got the time wrong?" The girl, Kenya, according to her name tag, pulled back a little, but her smile widened. "Yeah, she was just here. She told me you might be joining her, that you're working on something for your show." Why would Grace have told her that? "Sure, something for the show. So where is she waiting for me?" He looked around. The main gym, with various elliptical and treadmill machines and a weightlifting circuit, sat surrounded on 3 sides by glass-walled rooms. In the first room, sweaty women jumped and rotated to music, and in the second room, a combination of men and women were in the middle of a yoga practice. The third room was empty. Kenya giggled again, the sound grating on his nerves. He wasn't sure he'd ever heard Grace giggle, but he was pretty sure it wouldn't annoy him. Everything about her fascinated him. That wasn't bound to last, but right now. "She's in one of the private dance studios, probably took the back door through the women's locker room. You can get there through that hallway." She tipped her head behind her. "It has everything you'll need," she said with another giggle. "What do you mean?" "It's set up for pole dancing." His combined shock and excitement nearly staggered him. Grace was in a studio meant for pole dancing. He jerked into action and headed down the hall. He did so with a huge smile, feeling like he was following the yellow brick road. Bluesy pop music was already playing on Grace's smartphone, the lyrics echoing her hopes to soon have Max Dalton begging for mercy. She'd had no clue he'd be at the gym. The moment she'd seen him and Reese, she'd wanted to turn and run. Her own cowardice had appalled her. It didn't matter that she'd gotten up the nerve to cancel her flight. She'd felt shaky and unsure of herself, and by reserving the gym's pole dancing studio, she'd hoped to exhaust her body and clear her mind, at least for an hour. A minute after seeing Max in his workout clothes, his biceps bulging as he lifted weights, her nerves completely disappeared. An idea formed instead. Why not let him watch her on the pole? Surely that would help her regain the upper hand in the small game they were playing. But she wasn't about to invite Max directly, not with Reese there. She figured if he was interested enough to track her down, however. She peeked outside the studio window, which was tinted so she could see out, but no one could see in. Her pulse accelerated when she saw Max heading up the hallway toward her. She scrambled to the metal pole at the front of the room. As she did, she caught sight of her image in the mirrored wall. She looked decent in her workout clothes, but not terribly seductive. Her expression, however, even she could see the excitement. She looked youthful and daring and free. How had Max managed to significantly diminish her stress and anxiety over Logan Cooper and her baby plan in one night? She'd taken enough pole dancing classes back home to know exactly what she was doing. In a matter of seconds, she'd climbed up the pole, hooked her calves around it, then lowered herself until her chest was pressed against the pole and she was hanging upside down in a basic inversion. Then she braced her elbows and gripped the pole with her right hand about 2 feet higher than the left. Her instructors called it a split grip. When she heard his footsteps just outside the door, she kept her right calf hooked around the pole but released her left leg and pressed it behind her, keeping her knee bent so the toes of her left foot pointed toward the floor. She heard the door open. "Grace?" A quick glance confirmed he looked shocked. With a loud click, he shut the door behind him and locked it. When Max stepped toward her, she said somewhat breathlessly, "Sit, and just watch, Max. No talking, no hands." He saw the chair in the corner and sat, then watched as she proceeded to do the rest of the routine she'd learned. It involved contorting her body in ways that sparked her imagination. She'd bet it did his, too. That was the whole point. She squatted and spun, undulated, frisked the pole, and even managed to pull off a crescent, an advanced move that ended with her sliding down the pole with her body contorted into the shape of a crescent moon. By the time she was done and standing with both feet on the ground, his expression was tight, lids heavy, his fists clenched. Hot flags of color rode his cheeks. He sat rigidly, sucking in breaths as if he'd just run a marathon, waiting to see what she'd do next. Her plan had been to blow his mind, then blow him a kiss and walk out, leaving him to suffer. Instead, instinct moved her toward him. The way he sat, thighs slightly splayed, eyes glued to her, was so hot, so tempting, she couldn't end things here. Only she had to keep the upper hand. "Do you want more?" she asked, her voice dark and raspy. Instead of speaking, he inclined his head slightly, a facsimile of a nod. "Do you go to strip clubs?" He hesitated, only slightly. "I have." "Have you ever had a lap dance?" "Yes." She liked his honesty as well as the fact he didn't look ashamed or embarrassed. "I assume you looked but didn't touch." "That's right, but..." "But what?" "But if you dance in my lap, Grace, I'm not sure I'll be able to keep myself from touching you." His honesty stole her breath. It made heat spread through her, made her feel powerful and sexy and in control. See, she liked this. She'd prove it to him. "But you will have to keep yourself from touching me. I'm in control here. That's what you promised me, and that's what I want." For a minute, he looked ready to argue with her, then the tension seemed to seep out of him. He slouched lower in his chair and made a production of putting his hands behind the back of his head. The position emphasized his muscled shoulders, biceps, and chest, making her think of a predator. "Go ahead and have your fun, Dixie." Dixie. She loved that something as simple as her southern roots had created an intimate bond between them, even if it was only a nickname. She stole a quick glance at the one-way window and locked door. "Right now, I'm going to make you forget everything but me." Chapter 7. Max's Magic Rule Number 8. The best magicians only fake it on stage. Later, Max gave her one last light closed-mouth kiss and murmured he was going to shower, change, and meet her up front. Grace did a quick rinse-off and clothes change, silently lamenting she hadn't brought makeup or anything fancier than a t-shirt and jeans. Why would she? She'd been planning on working out, not going a few rounds with Max, but now that she'd agreed with no room for doubt to let him take whatever he wanted. No, now that she'd agreed to let him take whatever she secretly wanted to give him, and the answer to that was everything, she was seriously nervous and longing for some feminine battle armor. If she had some mascara and lipstick, hot rollers, an LBD, and some seriously rocking heels, she'd be feeling a bit more prepared for whatever was going to come next. When she made it to the lobby, Max was nowhere in sight, so she contented herself with sitting and thumbing through a few magazines. The selection was truly sad. A bodybuilding magazine held no interest, and neither did a magazine on triathlons. She was thinking Cosmo and one of those How to Be Fearless in Bed articles would do her good. Instead, she found a magazine on parenting, dog-eared and well-worn and looking like it rolled off the printing press when flip phones were still in fashion. It stunned her for a second. Made her realize for all her talk with Melina and Lucy about moving on to what was important, a family, she'd been easily and thoroughly sidetracked. Hopefully her time with Max would be fruitful so she could pursue her goal for a baby with a truly refreshed and clear state of mind, but she needed to keep focus on the true prize. While she was staying in Vegas to spend time with Max, he'd be plenty busy doing other things. She needed to do the same, starting with touching base with the surrogacy agency about the interviews scheduled for tomorrow. She'd do that as soon as she and Max finished whatever they were going to do next today. It couldn't take more than a few hours. The thought of doing anything more with Max and doing it for a few hours made her tremble with delighted anticipation. Taking a deep breath, she determinedly opened the parenting magazine. Inside were glossy photos of drooling babies, giggling babies, and babies sloppily eating, food in their hair and grins on their faces. Deep in her body something tugged, as if her womb was responding to the images. One article featured insight on how to get a baby to fall asleep. The sleeping baby boy in the photo was cuter than a speckled pup and reminded Grace of how Max had looked when she'd caught him in that brief moment at the club 2 nights before, when he'd thought no one was looking. The same vulnerability on the baby's face had been present on Max's. It reminded her of something her mama had used to say before she'd give Grace's daddy a kiss. Something about a man being a little boy just grown bigger. Max hadn't always been the confident man he was today. At some point, he'd been a child. Defenseless, innocent, craving love. As an adult, he certainly wasn't defenseless or innocent, but could she really say he didn't crave love? It was obvious his family was important to him. Melina was important to him. And Melina, who'd known him since she was 14 years old, believed Max would be a wonderful father. Who was the real Max Dalton then? If what she'd seen the other night was him letting down walls, then how high did those walls go? How much of himself was he hiding from the world? How hard was it for him to keep those parts hidden? She kept parts of herself hidden too, and she often struggled with the need to be seen for her genuine self. Unfortunately, she wasn't always sure who that was. All Grace truly knew was she was lonely. Her parents had both been only children whose own parents died before Grace was born. No parents, no grandparents, no aunts, uncles, cousins, second cousins, nothing. From an early age, she made life decisions. She provided for herself. She pushed forward every day because she had no choice. In the meantime, except for Melina and Lucy, there'd been pitifully few people she trusted. And even then, she never shared everything about herself with her friends. That wasn't Max's problem. He was surrounded by people who adored him. Family, fans, and strangers alike. He seemed to truly love his life. The stage, the women, the fame. Whatever she'd seen in that moment in the club when he'd looked vulnerable, it didn't mean he felt alone. It didn't mean he was yearning for love. Not the way she was. And it certainly didn't mean she'd ever be the woman that could give it to him. She looked once more at the picture of the sleeping baby, and that yearning she'd been thinking of tore through her. She wanted a baby, needed a baby. She wasn't going to wait until she was older to find the perfect man and hope she survived long enough to see her child grow into adulthood. The others might think she was being foolish, but regardless of what she gave up to Max, she was a woman in control, and she had a plan. Max first, but not forever. Her baby, her family, that would be something different. She cast a quick glance at the doorway to the men's locker room. Still no Max. Tapping a toe impatiently, she thumbed through the rest of the magazine, then reached for the one on triathlons. She was reading about various ways to prepare for a race when... "Ready?" The steady and deeply male voice came from behind her. She whipped around, dropped the magazine, and perused Max. Tight jeans that cupped him just right, a white button-down Oxford shirt with sleeves rolled to the elbows, and deck shoes. Yummy. He slid an arm across the chair back, his body now angled slightly closer, and his all-male scent wrapped around her. "Ready," she said. On the 10-minute ride back to her hotel, they chatted about mundane things, like whether the 49ers had a chance of winning the Super Bowl this year, how round Melina had grown, and the magic show. Although the stunt he'd pulled with Elizabeth increased sales, neither Reese nor Max was confident that would continue. He was right in the middle of telling her about a new trick Reese was working on when he paused and cursed. "What is it?" she asked. He pulled up in front of her hotel, put the car into park, but kept it running and his seatbelt on. "I'm sorry, Grace, but I just remembered Reese asked me to do him a favor. Today. As in, right now. Between you showing up at the gym and dancing for me and me looking forward to what was going to happen next, I forgot what I promised Reese, but it's important." He closed his eyes and groaned dramatically. "Why couldn't I have been born an only child?" Despite the disappointment swelling inside her, she laughed. It was so obvious he was joking and would do anything for his brother. "It's no problem. I'm here for the week, remember? We'll have plenty of time for—" She waved her hand. "All that." Max laughed. "Anyway," he said, "can I come by later tonight after the show?" He pulled her left hand from her right, lifted her palm to his mouth, and kissed it. "Then you'll have my full attention." She nodded and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. "We'll continue what we started at the gym. I can't promise we'll finish it, but I can promise the continuation will be amazing." A thrill ran through her at the thought. She tried to imagine him focusing even more attention on her. She wanted to know more about him. What was it Max Dalton considered an important favor? "What is it you have to do?" she asked, hoping he didn't think she was being nosy. "Drive to Cedar City, Utah. Then get back in time for my show. The whole trip will take about 5 or 6 hours. He traced the lines of her hand with his thumb, and although she enjoyed the soft caresses, her hand still tingled from where he'd kissed it. "What's in Cedar City?" she asked, almost wincing at how husky her voice sounded. He released her hand, touched the edge of her mouth with the pad of his thumb, smiled briefly, then let his hand drop before answering her. "My parents, they're leaving for a trip, a second honeymoon. We already had a family dinner to send them off, but Mom, well, she's been working on something and she just finished sooner than expected. It's important to her that Reese and Melina have it before she goes." The answer startled her, and surprise must have shown on her face. Max frowned. "What did you think I was going to say?" I have no idea," she said, stammering. "I just didn't think it would be that." Grace had only met his parents once, at Melina and Reese's wedding, but it had been plain to see how much they loved each other and their sons. So much it had surprised her they no longer helped with the magic act and hadn't followed their sons to Vegas. Melina said she was surprised as well, but thought it had something to do with them wanting to give their sons space, which they'd missed their whole lives thanks to all the touring the family had done. "Do you ever wish they lived closer?" she asked. "They're close enough that we get to see them often. They've never taken a lot of time for just the two of them, and they probably wouldn't be going on this trip except that Reese and I surprised them with it before we knew Melina was pregnant. Mom's wanted to cancel several times, but we talked her around. Once the babies are here, nothing's going to tear them away from their grandkids. I know I won't be traveling anywhere far, that's for sure." Grace was thinking how nice it must have been to grow up with doting parents and how much she missed her own, who'd been loving, if not exactly doting, when Max's last sentence penetrated. The knowledge that he'd not only stay close to spend time with a niece or nephew, but relish doing so, once again had her thinking there was more to Max than she'd given him credit for. Then again, it wouldn't exactly be a hardship for him to stay in Vegas. He'd have his family close, his magic show. And he could build on his reputation by continuing to date one woman after another. The knowledge that she was just one in a long line made her stomach drop, and she swiftly shoved the thought aside. She knew what she was getting into with Max. She couldn't complain now. "You mind if I tag along?" He looked surprised, and she wanted a hole to form and swallow her. Had he said he wanted company? No, Grace, he hadn't. But she'd still been reeling from his comment about wanting to stay close to the babies. She wanted to spend more time exploring that Max, and she'd spoken without thinking. "Not so we can," she waved her free hand, returning Max's sudden grin, "squeeze stuff in or anything like that. Lucy's gone, and Melina's home with Reese. I just thought, you know what, never mind. Looks like you're going to be busier than a moth in a mitten. I don't have to—" "I'd love for you to come with me." She studied him closely. "You sure, honey? Because maybe you'd just enjoy the ride by yourself." He was looking at her strangely, eyes blazing. "What is it?" "You've never called me honey before." "I haven't?" He shook his head. "You've called me sugar, but like I said, you do it to distance yourself. Plus, I've heard you call others that. I haven't heard you call anyone honey before." "Do you like honey?" He grinned. "I love it. And, Dixie, I absolutely guarantee you I would far prefer your company than driving by myself." She was still glowing at the fact he liked her calling him honey. "Great then. I just need to run up to my hotel, take another shower so I can wash my hair and then change. Do my makeup. Is that okay?" "Sure, but why go to all that trouble? You always look great, and now's no exception. My parents won't care if you're wearing makeup or not." His statement that she always looked great made her feel even more warm and tingly inside. "Thanks, but I care. The only time I met your parents was at Reese and Melina's wedding. I don't want them seeing me with no makeup, ratty hair, and in casual clothes. I just wouldn't feel right." "You mean you don't want them seeing you without your armor on, but you're letting me see you that way?" It wasn't like she'd had a choice. They'd run into each other at the gym. But he seemed to like the idea of seeing her in a way others didn't. That made her warm and tingly again, but this time the feeling scared her. She glanced away, pulled her hand from his, and plucked at an imaginary piece of lint on her jeans. "We'll just tell them I'm visiting Melina so they won't jump to the wrong conclusion." "What conclusion is that?" Her gaze snapped back to his. He no longer sounded or looked pleased. "Well, I mean, it's probably better if your parents don't assume I'm one of your women. It might make things awkward when I see them in the future." "Because I don't have female friends? Because my parents will assume any woman I bring along for a visit with them is a woman I'm sleeping with?" It surprised her how hurt he seemed by her careless words. A playboy shouldn't care what she thought about him. The fact he did pulled at her heart. "No, I mean, obviously you have female friends. Though there was only one she knew of, Melina, and she was more like family. She always had been. I just thought, I don't know. I just figured you wouldn't want them barking up the wrong tree." Max stared at her for a minute longer, then smiled slightly before shrugging. "They're going to get the wrong impression no matter what we tell them, Grace. But we can play it your way if you want." Puzzled by his cryptic response, she waited for a moment. When he didn't expand, she asked, "What do you mean they're going to get the wrong impression anyway?" "I've never brought a girl to meet them, ever. You'll be the first, and you know what they say, Dixie. No one ever forgets their first." Max sneaked a long look at Grace before she stepped out of the elevator and into the hall, headed toward her hotel room. Once again, he wanted to tell her not to bother getting dolled up. She looked great without makeup. Younger. Sweeter. Guard down, even if that wasn't actually true. She looked beautiful and relaxed, not worrying about finding someone to father a child, not trying to control every step of her life because she was so afraid just living it in the here and now wasn't worthwhile. When he'd remembered his promise to Reese, he'd been in agony, but now that she was coming along, he'd have a chance to talk to her for several uninterrupted hours. Well, he was hoping he'd learn more about Grace, but also make some headway into getting her to rethink her baby plan. For a complex woman, she wanted simple things. Things most people wanted. But who went out and found another person for the sole and specific purpose of creating and raising a baby? Who looked for someone they didn't love and never would just because they wanted a child to have a father, but didn't want the emotional complications that came with having a baby the traditional way? Someone with enough issues around control and letting go to fill an Olympic swimming pool. Someone like Grace. She opened the door to her hotel room and motioned him inside. It wasn't messy, but it wasn't exactly neat either. It was how his hotel rooms often looked, which for some reason made him smile. There was only one bed in the room, but it was a king. "Did you share a room with Lucy?" "No, I stayed all by my lonesome," she said, putting her gym bag on the bed. "Why?" "No reason, but why not share a room while you were here? I like my privacy, and Lucy is dating Jericho. They tend to get carried away with their Skype calls." He snorted. "What do you think of this Jericho guy?" he asked. "He's brooding, passionate, artsy, seems perfect for her." He heard the hesitation in her voice. "But?" Grace dug around in her chest of drawers, then pulled out some clothes. "I'm going to shower first." He looked at his watch. It would be cutting it close, but they had about half an hour before they had to leave. Without her invitation, he stretched out on her bed, palms behind his head with legs crossed. "Leave the door open and talk to me," he said, mostly to see how she'd react. For a moment, she hesitated, and he mentally willed her to do as he asked. She'd made it clear that letting others make decisions for her was not something she generally allowed, and he figured baby steps were needed to lead up to what he wanted from her. And for her. She gave a tight nod of her head, then stepped toward the bathroom. "Take off your clothes first." She froze and turned to look over her shoulder at him, mouth open and eyes rounded with horror. "Show me your tattoo, Dixie." Slowly, she pulled her top off, then tugged her bra off, letting it fall to the ground. He sat up to get a better look. Running the length of her spine was the black outline of a stylized bird. Was it a swan? He wasn't sure, but the curved lines he'd seen at the gym above her tank top made up one of its wings, stretched up toward her neck. The ones he'd seen below her tank made up the other wing. The overall design had a simplistic elegance and sensuality, giving the suggestion of flight even as the bird stood upright. It was gorgeous. She was gorgeous. And given what he'd said to her the night before, it seemed terribly significant that the only tattoo she had on her body was a bird. "Don't get on that plane, Grace. Fly with me instead." "Does it represent anything in particular?" he asked. She jumped slightly. "Not really," she said. And he knew there was a story there, one she didn't want to share. He'd give her that for now. "Go ahead and take a shower." With a jerky nod, she headed into the bathroom, leaving the door open as he told her. He heard the shower turn on. He blew out a breath. "Tell me about Lucy and Jericho," he said. It didn't seem like she was going to respond, then she called back over the sound of the running water. "After Lucy and her last boyfriend, Jamie, broke up, she came up with this theory." "What theory?" "That people with different backgrounds, like a jock and a brain, or a preschool teacher and a skydiver, can totally fool around with one another, but when it comes to long-term commitments, like should stay with like." That didn't sound like the free-spirited Lucy. Maybe he'd misheard her. "Like and like? Meaning what?" "Both people should be preschool teachers, or skydivers, the same. In personality, if not profession." "Sounds boring," he said. "Maybe. I thought Jamie and Lucy were so right for each other. They were completely different from one another, both professors, but her wild and him more restrained. Even so, they lit up like Christmas trees whenever they were together." "So you think her theory's all wrong?" Only the sound of the shower came from the bathroom for several moments. Then Grace spoke again, her voice low. How right could they have been, given he broke up with her? "Are you saying the reason their relationship didn't last was because they weren't like one another?" "Actually." She hesitated, then the sound of the shower stopped. "Lucy never told us why Jamie dumped her," Grace said. "Just that he did, and that's when she came up with the whole like sticks with like theory." She appeared in the doorway wearing a fuchsia top and flirty black skirt, a towel on her head, turban style. "Makeup, hair, I'll be faster than a herd of turtles, then we can head to your parents' house, okay?" Chapter 8. Max's Magic Rule Number 9. Do what it takes to make the audience clap even louder. Nerves danced in Grace's belly as she stared out the car window, watching the landscape fly past. Max had kept his foot on the gas ever since they'd left Vegas. The farther they drove, the more nervous Grace became. In a way, she felt like she'd be meeting Max's parents for the first time. Especially because Max said he'd never brought a woman to meet them before. What was up with that? Had he simply not wanted to introduce his parents to a woman he knew wouldn't be in his life for long? Did that mean he'd never been in any kind of committed relationship? She knew he was different with his mom and dad, sweet, more loving. It simply emphasized in her mind all those layers Max had. "So," Max said, interrupting her thoughts, "we've made progress with one of your goals. Have you made any progress with the baby plan?" Surprised by the blunt way he brought it up, Grace searched his expression for any hint of mockery. All she saw was genuine curiosity. Relaxing back into her seat and welcoming the distraction, she said, "A little." "Will you tell me about it?" "If you're really interested, sure." She turned back to the window. The desert shrubbery had switched from drab khaki green to something more verdant as they climbed into the foothills. Lovely. The elevation and vegetation reminded Grace a bit of where she'd grown up in Georgia. Different, but the same color green. For a moment, an image of her mama and daddy wrapped in each other's arms, mama's head snuggled in daddy's shoulder, came to mind. Hot tears forced their way to the surface, and she furiously blinked them away. What was she doing here with Max? She was enjoying her time with him, yes, but it was also serving to remind her what she didn't have. What she'd had as a young child had been precious. Her parents' marriage had been amazingly strong and beautiful. She hadn't been too young to forget how very much in love they were. She could create her own memories with a son or daughter. She didn't need love and romance for that. She just needed healthy sperm and a man willing to be a father. That man wasn't Max. Max caught a glimpse of Grace out of the corner of his eye. She seemed withdrawn, lost in her own world. "Grace?" What is it you want to know?" "I'm not even sure. This isn't a conversation I've had before. How do you find a baby daddy?" "I've connected with a surrogacy agency to set me up with someone who has similar values and desires. It's essentially a dating service, only Only instead of connecting with the intent of providing a baby and then walking away, you're interviewing with the intent to create a fake family. It's not fake, she said with a frown. The baby would have a real mother, a real father. They don't have to be married to be a family. Look at all the divorced families that still provide their children with stability and love. Sounds like you're implying anything other than a married man and woman isn't a family. Max shook his head. No way, that's unfair, Grace. A family is a family no matter what the structure is. That's my point. So long as the baby has parents who love it, what does it matter if the parents are married? And what about agreeing on how to raise the child? There are forms to fill out to ensure compatibility, then contracts are created that specifically state major issues, such as to immunize or not to immunize, what religion the child will be raised with, private versus public schools, college saving plans, and so on. He jerked the wheel, avoiding a pothole. They'd turned off the main road a few minutes ago, and here the asphalt wasn't as well tended. Sounds like it will look great on paper. But what if the person you choose has the same compatible values as you do and follows the letter of the contract but treats you distantly? She shook her head. I'm still confused. That was understandable, given her whole baby plan inherently involved distance between her and the baby's daddy. What if the guy isn't respectful of you? What if he comes to pick up the kid and ignores you or makes some negative comment about the mud puddle in the middle of the yard? What mud puddle? She asked, her brow wrinkled up in confusion. When we were off tour, my mom would sometimes let Reese and I dig a big hole in the front yard. We'd fill it with water from the garden hose and play for hours. We'd end up coated in mud, our toys too, and there'd be a mud slick from the yard to the front door. Our dad would come home and see this gigantic mess. When my mom would come out to greet him, he'd wrap her in a big hug and ask if we were having mud pies for dinner. I'm still not getting it, she said slowly. He blew out a breath. What happens if you make a mud hole and the kid's dad comes to pick him up, then bitches you out for getting the kid muddy or for mucking up your own front yard? What if he admonishes the kid for destroying a perfectly good yard, clothes, and toys? Grace sat in silence, staring out the window again. My point, he said quietly, is you won't know how this guy's going to react when you build a mud puddle. And you certainly won't have any say in how he treats you, and what kind of behavior he models for your child. Is that what you want for your kid? Is that how you see family? People get married all the time without knowing everything about each other. There's nothing to say I couldn't be head over heels in love with someone who would bitch me out for getting the kids muddy someday. Having kids with someone is always a risk. I'm willing to take that risk, even if you're not. Who says I'm not? You think I wouldn't want to be a father someday? She whipped around to face him, and she looked shocked, which pissed him off. What was it about him that made women so easily dismiss not only his potential to be a father, but his desire to want to be one in the first place? You just seem okay with your life the way it is, Max. You can't know what it's like to feel an emptiness that can't be filled. His chest squeezed tight. She was wrong. He felt that emptiness every day. It seemed ever since he'd started this whole thing with Grace, he felt it more than ever. Except when he was with her. Wasn't that what she wanted a baby for? To make her feel whole, complete? No matter how true, that was a huge responsibility to put on a kid. She had to see that. So you think having a baby will make you happy, but what if it can't? What if it's missing a man's passion and love that makes you feel empty, Grace? There will be time for that, after, she said. But for having a baby? My time's limited. Every woman knows that. Usually they're not 29-year-old women. You know women, but you don't know anything about being a woman, so please, let's drop the subject. They drove in silence for a few minutes before Max placed a hand on Grace's leg and squeezed. Thankfully, Grace placed her hand on his and squeezed back. He didn't let go, and neither did she. Chapter 9. Max's Magic Rule number 10. Always have another trick up your sleeve. Max pulled into a neighborhood where the houses had big lawns and vast amounts of grass and trees between them. Being from overpriced housing in space-deprived California, it wasn't the type of place she'd expect retirees to live. As they got out of the car, a fawn-colored cocker spaniel with feathered hair on its chest and legs ran up to greet them with a ball in its mouth. It dropped the ball at Max's feet and sat, its hinny wriggling and tail wagging like crazy. Max laughed, crouched down, and petted the dog. He didn't seem to mind when it covered his face with wet, sloppy kisses. "This is Houdini. My parents got him when they moved in." Grace bent to rub the dog behind his ears, laughing when he licked her hand, then nudged the ball with his nose. "Are they going to put him in a kennel while they're gone?" "They're hiring a pet sitter to come to the house." He picked up Houdini's ball and waved it in front of the dog, who barked excitedly and spun in circles. Max hurled the ball towards a tree in the distance, and Houdini ran after it. Max turned to Grace with a grin. "I'd love to take him, but between all the performances..." He shrugged. Despite the dismissive gesture, she wasn't fooled. Not being able to watch Houdini, not being able to have a dog period, was not something Max was okay with. When Houdini brought the ball back, Max threw it again. He looked so carefree that she automatically wondered what else he didn't allow himself because of his commitments to the show. What other regrets did he try to hide behind a smile and shrug? "Max," a woman called. His parents walked down the long driveway toward them. Jack was fit, tall, and handsome despite the fact he was losing his dark hair. What he had left of it seemed to stick up in random tufts. Rachel was beautiful, with an hourglass figure and smooth skin that made her look closer to 40 than 60. She had the same hair and eyes as her sons. Grace gave them what she hoped wasn't a nervous smile. After hugging both his mother and father, Max turned and motioned for Grace to join them. "Mom, Dad, you remember Grace? She was in town visiting Melina and graciously offered to keep me company on the drive over." Grace didn't miss the look Rachel quickly shot Jack before they both hugged her. "Of course I remember Melina's beautiful friend from the wedding," Jack said. "So wonderful to see you again," Rachel said. "And so nice of you to come along with Max. We know it's a long trip." She turned to Max. "I'm sorry for the trouble, sweetie. I know it was last minute, and I appreciate you taking the long drive. I just really wanted Melina to have the baby blankets before we left, and with all the preparation we're doing for the trip." "Let alone all the arrangements we had to make for Houdini here," Jack said. "I'm telling you, Rachel, we never should have gotten him." In contrast to his words, however, Jack was petting Houdini and about to take over throwing the dog the ball. Rachel patted her husband's shoulder. "You're just afraid you're going to miss your #1 fan while we're gone. I'll have to make sure I keep you appropriately occupied so you won't." She winked at Max. Instead of cringing at his mother's teasing, Max grinned. "Just leave the handcuffs at home this time, will you? We don't want another disaster on our hands." Grace's eyes widened and her cheeks heated. She knew Max and his parents were close. She'd been close with her parents too, but she couldn't imagine exchanging innuendos with them, no matter how old she was. Rachel slapped Max's arm. "Max, stop. You're embarrassing Grace." Max wrapped an arm around Grace's back and pulled her close to his side. "Grace isn't as easily shocked as you might think. Besides, I told you, if you flirt with Dad in front of me, I'm going to have to upstage you. It's in my nature." Without taking her eyes off Max's arm, which was still around Grace, Rachel said, "I'm your mother, Maxwell. I know your nature by now. And I also know you have good taste. Both my boys do." Her gaze lifted and she winked at Grace. "That we do." Max squeezed Grace's shoulder before dropping his arm. As a group, they walked up the cobbled walkway toward the cottage-style ranch. The light blue shutters and wraparound porch lent themselves to the setting, so charming, so different from the bright lights and hectic energy of Vegas. Max looked totally at home. For a moment, it threw Grace, made her wonder again, who was Max Dalton? "How's Melina feeling?" Rachel asked, her expression shifting from delight to worry. Grace frowned. "Is Melina not feeling well?" Was there something the others weren't telling her? Sure, Melina seemed tired after that massive shopping trip, but... "She's feeling a little run down," Max said. "That's why Reese wanted to spend the day with her today. He said he has some big meetings coming up, so he wants to give her some extra TLC." Rachel stopped just outside the front door and turned toward Jack. "It's not too late for us to cancel our trip if Melina's not feeling well." Max rested his hands on his mother's shoulders and gently turned her so she was facing him. "Mom, Melina's fine. You've been looking forward to this trip for a year." "That was before Melina got pregnant." "And there's no reason you can't go. The babies aren't due for another 2 months. You'll be back in 2 weeks. Enjoy yourself now, because as I told Grace earlier, you're not going to want to travel after the babies are born." Rachel bit her lip. When she looked at her husband again, Jack stepped up and hugged her. "We're a plane ride away if they need us, Rachel," he said. She nodded, sighed. "Okay, it's just hard not to worry about my boys and about Melina." She patted Max's cheek. "I'll worry about your wife, too, when the time comes." "I know." He kissed her cheek. "Now, where are those blankets you've been working so hard on?" His mom hooked her arm through his. "Let's go inside." They walked into the house, modest in size and decoration, rustic and with walls covered by photos of Max and Reese, from young boys to adults. It was clear to Grace which twin was Max in the pictures, the one usually mugging it up for the cameras. Rachel beckoned them into the kitchen and poured a cup of coffee, which she held out to Jack. Grace took a moment to examine the numerous clippings stuck to the refrigerator with magnets. Each featured Max or Reese or both. Many featured Max with young women gazing adoringly at him or melted over his arm or shoulders. "Rachel!" a young girl's voice cried out just as a whirling ball of energy exploded through the back door. "Grace, Max," Rachel said, smiling as she swung the girl who looked to be about 4 years old up into her arms. "This is Chloe. She belongs to Donna, our housekeeper, and for the next 2 weeks, Houdini's caretaker." A young woman with the same strawberry blonde hair and freckles as her daughter came into the kitchen after Chloe, clutching a baby boy on her hip, a wide smile on her face. The baby didn't have much hair, but what he did have was dark. "Sorry, she's a little out of control. Chloe, what are you supposed to do when you come to Rachel and Jack's house?" "Knock on the door and wait for permission to come in," the little girl said, patting Rachel's cheeks and gazing at her with adoration. "And I did, yesterday." Max laughed out loud, catching Chloe's attention. The girl, still in Rachel's arms, focused her gaze on him but pulled in tighter to Rachel and dropped the big grin. "Chloe," Rachel said, "remember how I told you I have 2 boys? This is Max." The little girl looked at Max, then at Grace, then back at Max again, twisting her body to meld closer to Rachel's, obviously uncomfortable. "He's not a kid. He's a grown-up." "Sorry," Donna said, apologizing again. "She doesn't do well with strangers." "It's okay," Max said. "Chloe, you're right. I'm definitely not a kid anymore. Both Rachel and Jack's kids grew up. But just because we're grown-ups doesn't mean we're not fun. In fact..." He took a step toward his mother, then reached a hand out as if he was going to stroke Chloe's hair. Grace held her breath. Even though she'd been an older child when her parents died, strangers approaching her always freaked her out. Max should know better than to come up to a kid so directly, especially one whose own mother said she was afraid of strangers. But then he smoothed his hand over his mother's head, tweaked her ear, and held up a large silver dollar in his hand to show Chloe. "Check it out, Chloe. Did you know Rachel had a dollar in her ear?" Chloe stared at the silver dollar with intensity, then swept her gaze back up to Max's face, a mixture of disbelief and concentration. "She didn't have money in her ear. You made that happen." Max chuckled. "Yep. Know how?" Chloe shook her head. "Magic." At that, the girl frowned, pinching her brows together. "There's no such thing as magic." "You sure about that? Here," Max said. "Stick your fingers in your ears, see if there's any money in there." Promptly, Chloe stuffed her fingers in her ears, then pulled them out again, a satisfied look on her face. "No money." "Bet you're wrong." The girl grinned. "No money," she shouted excitedly. Max stretched his hands out, palms up, and let Chloe see he wasn't holding anything. Then he swept his hands over her ears and produced a silver dollar in each hand. "So what do you call this?" he asked. A bright grin swept over Chloe's face. She grabbed the silver dollar, squirmed out of Rachel's arms, and ran over to her mom. "Max made magic. He found money in my ears. Can I keep it?" Donna started to shake her head, but Rachel said, Of course you can. Max meant it as a gift, and a gift from Max is the best thing a girl can ever receive because he doesn't give gifts to just anyone, just to those who are special. And you are special, Rachel said, tweaking Chloe's nose. Rachel glanced up at Grace and smiled as if she was talking to her as well as Chloe. Donna laughed and said, "Okay, so what do you say when someone gives you a gift?" "Thank you," Chloe said sweetly before wrapping her arms around Max's knees, squeezing him tight. Grace felt warmth spread through her chest. She was moved by Max's actions, but also by Chloe's unreserved affection, as well as the message Max's mom had given the little girl, and Grace. Rachel opened a drawer, took out a folded piece of paper, and handed it to Donna. "Here are the emergency numbers for you, Donna, including our hotel and the vet. Thank you again for watching Houdini." "Any time, Rachel," Donna said, shifting the baby to the other hip. She turned to her daughter. "Chloe, it's time to say goodbye to Rachel." "And Max," Chloe said promptly, then hugged Max again, who chuckled and ruffled her hair. "I hope to see you again, Chloe," he said. After Donna managed to drag her daughter out of the house, Rachel poured more coffee. "Help your father put away the outdoor furniture, would you, Max?" Grace caught the silent look that passed between Max's parents, which clearly communicated Rachel wanted to be alone with Grace. Tension slid up her spine and she felt herself blushing again, wondering if Max's mother suspected all the gifts Max had given her so far. "No problem," Max said, but turned to face Grace and winked. "You want to come with me? I can show you the yard. My mom's a great gardener." Bless Max's heart. He was giving her an out in case she didn't want to be alone with his mother. She took a quick peek at Rachel, who was fighting to hold back her laughter. Grace felt like laughing too. "Go help your father," Grace said quickly, "and maybe your mom will show me these baby blankets she made." "They're in the guest room," Rachel said. After Max and his father headed outside, Rachel gestured for Grace to follow her to a back room where 2 large gift boxes sat on a bed. When Rachel pulled a quilted baby blanket out of one of the boxes, Grace caught her breath. It was beautiful, hand-quilted with tiny stitches that had to have taken hours upon hours. The blanket bore Reese and Melina's name and a large blank heart, which Rachel traced with one finger. "Since Reese and Melina waited to find out the sex of their babies, the baby's name will be placed in the heart once it's born," Rachel said. "You did this?" Grace asked. "This must have taken months." "Years, actually," Rachel said. Grace looked up, puzzled. "Years?" "A grandmother's love starts when the idea of a baby forms in her child's mind, not when the baby is conceived or born. Reese loved Melina for years, and I knew Melina felt the same way, that they dreamed of being a family long before they actually became pregnant." Grace choked back a sob and fought against the stinging in her eyes. Rachel was right. Melina had loved Reese, and she was 14. She'd just never believed Reese could feel the same way. The day they married was the happiest of her life, until the day she found out she was pregnant. Now Melina, who was already close with her own parents, had twice as much family. That included Max. Grace had friends, good friends, but she didn't have family. What would her life look like if her parents and their parents had lived? If a grandmother loved her when she was just a dream in her mother's heart? She ran her thumb over a row of stitches that formed the intricate border of the heart. "Is the other one exactly the same?" "Identical," Rachel said with a laugh. "Wishful thinking, I guess." The comment made sense given Reese and Max looked exactly alike. Funny, Grace usually didn't think about that. Max just seemed like Max. Not a twin, but wholly unique. The babies will be lucky to be all wrapped up in quilts so obviously made with love. Melina and Reese are lucky too. I'm sure they'll be grateful. Are they expecting the blankets, or is this a surprise? Reese and Melina know about the blankets, but Max doesn't know about his. Not yet. Grace's eyes widened. Her first thought was, won't that be as useless as an ashtray on a motorcycle? "You made a blanket for Max?" For the first time, Rachel frowned. "I made blankets for both my boys." "I'm sorry," Grace said quickly. "I didn't mean to imply. I mean, of course you'd make one for Max. Why wouldn't you?" Rachel's expression smoothed and she smiled slightly. I'm sure Max would recite several reasons, and I understand your reaction, Grace, really. Despite the fact he's dated his fair share of women and sowed more than his fair share of oats, most people expect Reese to be a great dad, and I'm sure he will be. It's Max who'll surprise everyone when he finally gets to be a parent. He'll be a fantastic uncle, but he'll be an even better father, even if he doesn't quite believe it himself. Grace couldn't imagine Max being insecure about anything, let alone whether he'd be a good father. Then again, she'd implied the same thing several times. She'd used Max's playboy reputation and celebrity status to judge him, even as she'd selfishly sought to use them for her own pleasure. Grace handed the quilt back to Rachel, who was looking at her out of the corners of her eyes. Why? Because she wanted Grace to help convince Max he'd be a good father? Or because she wanted her to convince Max to be the father of her child? She obviously had the wrong idea about them, just as Max had predicted. You know we're just friends, Grace said quickly. Oh, I know, dear. And sometimes that's often the best way to start. Whatever it is you have with Max, don't underestimate it. I certainly won't. Before a completely flummoxed Grace could respond, Rachel squeezed her arm. Now let's go see what the guys are up to. Less than an hour later, Max and Grace were on the road back to Vegas. The more miles they traveled, the more intense the buzzing in Grace's stomach became. She squirmed in her seat, feeling jittery and hot. Somehow seeing Max with his parents, but also with Houdini and Chloe, made her feel as though she'd been granted a rare privilege. Exactly the type of gifts Rachel alluded to earlier. She suspected she'd gotten an up-close and personal glimpse of the real Max Dalton in a way most people never did. And what she saw, she really, really liked. She couldn't keep her eyes off Max. Her gaze fondled the strong column of his throat, the graceful competence of his hands on the steering wheel, the way his hair flirted with the tips of his ears so that her fingers itched to push it back, baring his flesh so she could nibble to her heart's content. She glanced at the clock on the dashboard. His rehearsals usually started an hour before his first show, which began at 8 o'clock. With the amount of time the drive would take, they maybe had an hour tops to spare. Not long at all, but still time she didn't want to waste. Max, she said, can you pull over? He looked over at her and frowned. You feeling okay, Dixie? I just really need you to pull over right now. She sensed the car slow, but not stop. You look flushed. Let's find a place to get you a drink. There's probably a... I don't want a drink, Max. I just want you to stop. Grace, do you want me to beg? Because if that's what you want, I will. I'll do anything you want if you'll just kiss me. Because I really want you to kiss me right now. I need you to kiss me. His body jerked and his knuckles whitened as he clutched the steering wheel. Is kissing all you want? He asked slowly, his voice deeper and rougher than just seconds before. I want whatever you give me. His jaw flexed. The car suddenly swung to the right. Max slowed, edged the car off the highway, and came to a stop, sending dust in their wake. He glanced around until his gaze settled on a dirt road about 1/10 of a mile up. Hold on. Hitting the gas hard, he sent the car whipping forward. They careened down the dirt road for a few minutes until trees and brush hid them. Max slowed to a stop, put the car in park, then turned off the engine. Only then did he turn and look at her. Faster than a hot knife through butter, she got her seatbelt unfastened and practically threw herself at him. Within seconds, they were outside the car, pressed against the hood, his mouth on hers. Less than an hour later, Grace exploded like fireworks on the 4th of July. Chapter 10. Max's Magic Rule, number 11. Perfect the art of looking happy even when you're miserable. By the time Max pulled up in front of Grace's hotel, he had less than 15 minutes to get to the theater and prep before the show. It was probably for the best anyway. Grace was silently staring out the passenger window just as she had been doing for the last half of their drive. Granted, she'd done it while he'd been holding her hand, mainly because every time she tried to pull away, he refused to let her. But despite allowing that physical closeness, she was freaked out and scrambling to reinforce all the walls he'd managed to partially break down. Partially, he thought, because he hadn't even begun to break down Grace's walls or see all of her. So now what? Other than what he'd already told her, he had no clue. Other than intending to spend more time with her, Max wasn't sure what role he was going to be playing in Grace's life. But he knew one thing. If he had anything to say about it, he was going to have a bigger role in her life than her best friend's brother-in-law. When this week was over, he didn't want to go back to being strangers who saw each other a couple of times a year, then made polite small talk. He wanted a relationship with her, even if that relationship was friendship. It worked with Melina before she married Reese. It could work with Grace, too. She'd have been his friend a long time ago if he hadn't been so determined to stay away from her. And as her friend, he was more determined than ever to make her see how Operation Baby was the coward's way out. If he failed, if he had to watch Grace grow plump with someone else's baby and know that man was going to spend the next several decades sharing beautiful moments with her, he didn't want to think about that, because thinking about it pissed him off. It also made him feel sad, and he couldn't let himself feel either of those things. About a half hour ago, when he'd mentioned stopping by her hotel after his performance, she'd told him she was tired and needed a good night's sleep in order to be ready for her Skype appointment with a baby daddy candidate. His first instinct was to ask if she was crazy. "You're still going forward with your ludicrous plan?" His second instinct was to ask why she hadn't told him about the appointment earlier, but he didn't ask either one. Doing the first would just piss her off and likely make her bolt, something she was obviously far too willing to do. As for the second, he already knew why she hadn't mentioned it. She either didn't have an appointment, or she had an appointment and hadn't wanted to mention it but changed her mind because doing so would now buy her the time her panic wanted. It was the last that made the most sense. Since he was also shell-shocked from what happened between them, giving her space now seemed like the right thing to do. But that was only for tonight. Tomorrow he'd be back in her face, and that included talking to her before that Skype conversation. Grace deserved better than an online-ordered baby daddy. Both Grace and whatever child or children she'd have deserved a man in their lives who wanted to be there out of love and desire. He should know. He'd been blessed with the best parents in the world. They modeled the type of relationship Max wanted if and when he ever found the right woman. The same type of relationship Reese and Melina had. Grace turned, looked at him, and hesitantly smiled. "Thanks for everything, Max. It was fun." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she rolled her eyes and laughed. "Well, I think we both know it was more than fun. I'll be busier than a cat on a hot tin roof tomorrow, otherwise I'd go to the theater with you. You saw the show the other night. You're just that good, honey." She lifted a hand and touched his lips, smiling when he kissed her. "Anyway, I know you've got to run. Have a great show tonight." "I'll try," he said. "Usually I love being on stage, but something tells me it won't compare to anything else I've done today." She opened the car door, but when he moved to do the same, she placed a staying hand on his arm. "No need to get out. Good night, Max." "Good night," he said quietly. He watched her make her way into the hotel before he forced himself to drive away. Later, backstage in his dressing room, Max took a quick shower and changed into his special show-ready tuxedo, still unable to get his mind off Grace. He replayed everything they'd talked about and done in and out of his car. How shy and wistful she'd looked at his parents' house. How afterwards she'd been literally shaking with her need for him, and then surrendered herself to it so powerfully, bright, beautiful, soaring, and full of sparkle. He just had to get through tonight's shows, and then she was his. Light pierced Grace's eyelids, waking her. Groaning, she realized she must have forgotten to pull the blackout blinds in her hotel room. She rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed. Her big, empty bed, which didn't need to be empty. Max could have been right here with her, finally sleeping after doing all kinds of wonderful things with her and to her last night. Of course he wasn't, and that was all her fault. "I'm dumber than a June bug on a string," she muttered as she fell back on the bed. But not really, the practical voice in her head reminded her. She was right to give them some space from one another. After the events of yesterday, she needed it. She was confused, doubting what she was doing here and even what she was going to do after she left, and that included Operation Baby. Were Melina, Lucy, and Max right? Was having a baby right now a bad idea? No, all she had to do was remember how she'd felt at the Dalton house yesterday. watching Max with his parents and Chloe with Donna. She wanted that kind of relationship with a child. She wanted family, and no matter how much Max gave her this week, he couldn't give her that. It was up to her to make it happen. A knock sounded at the door. Her mind already on Max, her heart stuttered until she recalled arranging for breakfast delivery. She brought in the tray, took a quick shower, then sat cross-legged in the middle of the bed to eat. Next to her bagel and cream cheese sat one of the local papers. She spread cream cheese over her bagel, then opened the paper to the society section. There, smiling wide at the camera, was Max. It was a photo of him and Elizabeth from that night outside Lodi's. Elizabeth looked gorgeous, wide-eyed and sexier than sin, pressed up against his arms so tight her dress gaped open. And there was Grace, caught in a photobomb behind them, her devastation and confusion readily apparent. Grace swallowed a large lump of bagel that stuck in her throat. She looked like her heart had been broken. If that wasn't a wake-up call to keep her emotional distance with Max, she didn't know what was. A ping sounded on her phone. She grabbed it off the nightstand and read the text from the surrogacy agency. Her baby's potential father needed to reschedule their Skype interview to a half hour from now. She glanced around. It wouldn't take long to tidy her hotel room, but her hair was disastrous and she needed a little makeup. 30 minutes later, her hair pulled back in a French twist and clad in her best professional button-up blouse and a pencil skirt, she sat in front of her laptop, screen open, nervously rubbing her sweaty palms on her thighs. Automatically, she set her phone to vibrate. The laptop screen beeped, then the smiling face of Robert Montgomery appeared. "You must be Grace," he said. She studied him. Thick blonde hair, professionally styled, a button-up in light blue, and he appeared to be seated in an office of some kind. On the walls behind him were various framed certificates or diplomas. A businessman, then. Probably someone who'd be at every Little League game or dance recital. Who'd play ball with his son after getting home from work or be the carpool dad. Not someone constantly playing the game. Always in the public eye and loving every minute of it. Only it no longer seemed Max loved every minute of his life. He'd seemed happier throwing a ball with Houdini and spending time with her than she'd ever seen him on stage. Yet, she would not think of Max. This moment was about Robert and Operation Baby Daddy. "Hello, Robert. It's so nice to meet your acquaintance." They spoke for a few minutes, exchanging pleasantries, careers, where they lived, favorite movies. "Would you agree consistency is important?" he asked. Grace said, "If you mean in a shared parenting arrangement, yes, I think a child should have equal time with both parents." Robert frowned. "I meant consistency as in going to bed on time every night, even on weekends, eating the same well-balanced diet week to week, an exact form of punishment and consequences at each home." Eating the same diet every week? She'd go crazy if she had to do that. What fun would it be if you couldn't have pancakes for dinner every once in a while? Or a burger for breakfast? And what was that about punishment? She couldn't imagine Max, let alone the Max who'd played with Houdini and Chloe yesterday, talking about eating the same thing or planning out ways to consistently discipline his child. He was too fun, too vibrant, too spontaneous for that. Look what happened when she'd begged him to pull over and kiss her. He'd acted. He'd sensed she needed more than that. And he'd given it to her. She needed to focus on Robert, not on Max. I suppose we'd have to hone in on what each of us thinks is important. Make sure we're in agreement with how to raise the child. There are parenting classes. "I'm not taking any parenting classes," Robert said. "I will be raising the child the way my parents raised me." Grace frowned. Was she supposed to know what that meant? She smiled sweetly at Robert. "I'd like to discuss what I consider important in raising a child." Robert leaned forward into his computer camera. "The agency said you were from the South," Robert said. "I figured you'd act like a Southern woman." Her spine stiffened and she smacked her palms down on either side of the computer. "If by acting like a Southern woman you mean subservient to men," she said, "you're in the wrong century." "I disagree." He could disagree all he wanted. If he truly thought he was getting a baby from her, he was dumber than a soup sandwich. Grace tuned him out and instead looked at her phone. Quickly, she texted Max. He thinks I should act like a subservient Southern woman. Don't hang up on him. Take off your panties while he's still on the line, then text me a picture of your beautiful body." Robert's voice brought her attention back to the computer screen. If Robert was any indication, it wasn't going to be easy finding her baby daddy. Chapter 11. Max's Magic Rule, number 12. Enjoy the applause while it lasts, because it always ends. After that night's magic show ended and Max signed programs and tickets for his fans, he politely refused to sign various body parts offered by several women. He headed straight for Grace's hotel. He'd thought of her throughout the day, far too much. He'd never had a woman who could distract him when he was on stage, but he'd had to concentrate extra hard to keep focused. That worried him. He'd only been with Grace a few days, and going to bed without her last night had been painful. She was an intoxicating bundle of contradictions, a challenge, but also fun, sexy, sweet. Most of all, being with her felt natural, as though the rest of his life was some kind of sham, and he could only let down his guard and be himself when he was with her. Like when they were in the car together, or at his parents'. What was up with that? He was still contemplating the question when he pulled up in front of the hotel and handed his keys to the valet. In the elevator, he texted to let her know he was on his way. Still, he was surprised when she yanked the door open before he could knock. He was even more surprised to see her eyes puffy and red, as if she'd been crying. "Tonight isn't the best time, Max," she said, her voice shaking, her gaze fixed to the floor by his feet. Instead of pushing past and entering her room, he placed one hand on the doorway and leaned close. Something was up, and it didn't have anything to do with them. "Let me in, Dixie," he said quietly. She shook her head and bit her lip. "Grace, invite me in." He didn't take a step forward, but leaned in close enough for her to breathe in his scent. When she didn't back up, he lowered his head, touched his forehead to hers, and waited. She didn't push him away, didn't back up. Instead, she stood there for several moments, then whispered, "Come in." In less than 2 minutes, he entered, shot the deadbolt, and ordered a bottle of California Old Vine Zinfandel, macaroni and cheese, and chocolate ice cream, his comfort foods of choice. Then he guided Grace toward the bed. Sitting with his back against the headboard, he pulled her into his arms. Grace leaned into his embrace, but still avoided looking at him. "So," he said, "we can sit here all night, even fall asleep this way, with me holding you and you being silent. Or you can tell me what's going on. It's up to you. This isn't something I'm taking control over. This is up to you, baby. But just know I'm a good listener." Grace snuffled and buried her head against his chest. "One more thing I didn't know about you." He let out a light chuckle. "You've learned a lot about me in the past couple of days. What else are you referring to?" "Your mom told me something I should have known about you already." "And that would be?" She shook her head. "Never mind, I'll tell you another time." "Wait a second," Max said. "You can't just—" A knock sounded at the door. Gently, he disengaged himself and stood, but warned her. "We'll get back to that." "Another time," she said. He opened the door to the bellman, who set up the food and then accepted his tip with a grin and a "Love your show, dude." "Thanks," Max said. That's weird," Grace said when they were alone again. "That a bellman has seen my show?" "That a guy complimented your show. In the time I've known you, you seem to attract only female fans. Beautiful female fans." "Are you a fan, Grace?" he asked quietly. She looked startled and pressed her lips together. Finally, she said, "You're a great magician, Max." Before he could respond, she turned toward the food. "I'm famished and thirsty." He watched as she downed a glass of wine before diving into the food. "How did you know?" she asked. "What?" She waved a fork at the tray. "What comfort foods I like?" He shrugged. "I just ordered what I'd want if I was upset over something." "You get upset?" The question pissed him off, especially given her telling statement that he was a great magician but nothing else. She obviously thought he was shallow, hard-hearted, and emotionally closed off. But then he looked at her and saw only teasing on her face. She'd said his mother had revealed something about him that she should have known already. Since his mom would only reveal good things about him, maybe Grace didn't see him the way the rest of the world did. Maybe she just didn't want to admit how much she liked him because that would leave her emotionally vulnerable. After all, he hadn't exactly declared his intentions to remain in her life once this was all over. Food doing the trick? She nodded, set aside the tray, then cleared her throat. When she said nothing, he grabbed the bowl of ice cream and 2 spoons and hopped back on the bed, this time leaning against the headboard next to Grace, who snuggled in and grabbed a spoon. "So, you being upset, does it have to do with Operation Baby?" "No, it's about my job. I don't know if you're aware of it, but I'm on administrative leave right now." "I didn't know. Is that why you're able to take a week off, because you're on leave?" Sighing, she dug into the ice cream, then ate a few bites before responding. "There's a sexual misconduct suit against me. A graduate student named Logan Cooper filed it after a faculty party." "Was he flunking out and needed to blackmail you?" Her eyes widened. "You're not going to ask if the charges are legitimate?" He stared at her. "Seriously?" "Well, you don't really know that much about me." "I know enough, Grace. Enough to know you would never act inappropriately with one of your students. You can cover your body with tats and piercings and vajazzle, but you're a class act all the way." Her face reflected startled pleasure before she frowned. "Vajazzle?" "You know, embellishments for—" He waved his hand, making her giggle. "What? I'm being serious. It's a thing." "You'd be the guy to know." Her smile dimmed. "You're right. I'd never do anything inappropriate with a student, not intentionally anyway. But what happened was my fault." "How?" "I did something, and Logan took it the wrong way. Quicker than a knife fight in a phone booth could start, he went to the dean and I was put on leave. I had someone, a witness, who said he was going to come forward and explain that Logan misunderstood what happened. But I checked my emails tonight while you were doing your magic show and, well, this witness is backing out." "And you're afraid if the witness doesn't come forward, you might get fired?" "Not really." "I'm confused." "I don't want my professional reputation stained. Believe me, I don't, but I'm leaving the job to focus on my plan anyway. This witness, well, I guess I'm more upset about why he won't come forward than the fact that he won't." He took the spoon she was waving about out of her hand and put the ice cream on the nightstand, then laced his fingers through hers. Stroking her knuckles with the pad of his thumb, he said, "What was it that Logan Cooper took the wrong way?" Grace let out a deep sigh. "We were at a party, faculty and graduate students. I was his counselor during his undergrad program and continued to advise him when he got into grad school. I knew he had a bit of a crush on me, but it seemed cute, naive almost. At least that's how it seemed at first, but I should have known better. He complained about his teachers a lot. In fact, he complained a lot, period. I swear if he had a ham under both arms, he'd cry 'cause he had no bread. Anyway, he'd come on to me before, but he did so again at this party." "You turned him down?" "Of course. I mean, he was hot in a young college student way, but as I already said, a bit irritating. And as a member of the university staff, I was in a position of trust. I'd never cross lines with a student, but I blurred those lines at the party." "Blurred?" She pulled her hand away and shifted off to the side so they were no longer touching. "There was someone else there, one of the professors, Stephen Lebrecht. He'd been hinting he was interested in getting together again. That he wanted to help me," she waved her hand. "You know." "Keep going." "I was wearing a wraparound dress, and when I sat, my dress slid partway open. I didn't mean for it to happen, but as soon as it did, I wasn't thinking about Logan at all, but I caught Stephen's eye, and he saw me, and, well, I let my dress gap open a little too long. Logan must have seen what was happening. He took a picture with his phone and turned it in as evidence that I was flirting with him." "And Stephen was going to be your witness to say you'd been flirting with him?" Grace winced. "I know, still tacky, but the way I was positioned, I didn't think anyone else could." "Did you want Logan to take a photo of you?" She shook her head. "No, of course not. But in Logan's photo, people were milling behind me and I had a martini in my hand. It all looked pretty damning." "That's life, Grace." Sometimes you just have to live in the moment. Sometimes doing that will come back to bite you. It doesn't mean you did anything immoral or that someone is justified in throwing a mistake in your face, lying about it, and trying to get you fired because you wouldn't go out with him. That makes sense, I suppose. So what, the college believed him? He even said the idea of going into a back room and fooling around came from me. That I suggested it and then flashed him to provoke him. I don't think the board would have believed him if it hadn't been for that photograph, or if Stephen had come forward. So why isn't he coming forward? He has a new girlfriend, and he's afraid that's what will happen. That's his right, but it makes you feel even more ashamed of what you did. Like there's more reason to hide it. Yes, she whispered. Get that out of your head. You're intelligent, beautiful, healthy, and have great energy. I understand why this Stephen guy has some concerns about coming clean, but that's because the world can be harsh. It has nothing to do with who you are and whether you should be ashamed. She let out a rough laugh. Why can't I be normal? There was her truth. She didn't think she was normal. He pulled her in tight and let her silently sob until the soft cotton of his button-down shirt lay damp against his chest. Don't let someone like Logan Cooper have that kind of power over you. You've got to be proud of who you are and own it. She nodded, then pulled back slightly to look at him. Do you believe that about yourself or just about others? What? Do you love being a performer so much that it's worth giving up having a dog like Houdini? He frowned and released her. I enjoy being a performer, and I have responsibilities to the crew and my family. I have an intense lifestyle that doesn't make having a dog practical. That's not what I asked. Do you love your job enough that it's worth the sacrifices you're making? What other sacrifices are you talking about? You tell me. I would, but there aren't any. This is the life I want. I only have to worry about myself. I get to do what I want. With who I want, for how long I want. Then when I'm ready to move on, I do. Can't get much better than that. She closed her eyes as if his words landed a physical blow. That doesn't sound like someone who wants to be a parent someday. When the time is right for me to be a parent, I'll know. It's not now, and I'm not going to rush things just to prove I can be a good parent or have a wonderful family someday. So you think that's what I'm doing? She stood, distancing herself further. At that moment, that's what he wanted too. You already know it is, Grace. Thank you for being so sweet, but I think you should leave. He clenched his teeth in frustration. I didn't mean to make you feel worse. I butted into your business when I have no right to. We're not even friends. He froze. We're not friends? Well? He got to his feet. I guess I was thinking differently. He strode toward the door, but turned to her before opening it. I consider you my friend, Grace, and I was hoping that would continue past this week. I wasn't lying when I said you were amazing. Everything about you is special. He opened the door, pausing when she called his name. I think you're special too. I didn't mean to imply you aren't. His mouth twisted bitterly. No matter how special you think I am, you don't even consider us friends. I misspoke. She hadn't. She'd spoken the truth. Her truth. That's understandable. You're tired, and frankly, so am I. So tired I think I could sleep for years. Stay, Max. Let's talk first, and then... She looked so upset he couldn't help himself. He strode back to her and tipped her chin up with the touch of a finger. Gently, he gave her a soft kiss. It's okay, Dixie. Just get some sleep. Did Max Dalton just tell the woman he's vowed to give? I'll see you tomorrow. He left. But when he did, he leaned back against the closed door. It was several minutes before he felt capable of moving, and several minutes after that before he knew what he needed to do. The next day, Melina called. After reassuring Grace she was fine and she'd enjoyed a wonderful day with Reese, she asked Grace to come over. Since Grace hadn't heard from Max and he hadn't returned her calls or texts, Grace jumped at the chance. Now she was sitting on Melina's couch, carefully folding freshly laundered onesies. So tiny, so soft. Just the sight and touch of the little pieces of baby clothes made her insides tug with longing. Her biological clock was ticking all right. And at the same time, every time she thought of Max, she felt guilty. She'd hurt his feelings last night when she'd said they weren't friends. But didn't he realize no sane single woman would want to be just friends, unless, like Melina, she had a dream man of her own that looked exactly like him? "Have you heard anything from the university about Logan's complaint?" Melina asked. Grace hesitated, feeling drained by all the drama the topic already caused last night. "The ethics committee hasn't made a ruling yet." "And you're sure, even once you have the baby, you don't want to go back to work? Perhaps take an extended leave of absence rather than give up your job altogether?" Melina's words caused a jolt to go through her. She'd referred to the baby as if he or she was a foregone conclusion, which was her tacit way of telling Grace she was going to support her in her plan. She smiled at her friend and blinked back the sting of tears in her eyes. Melina covered Grace's hand with one of her own. "You've always supported Lucy and I, no matter what we were pursuing. I'm going to do the same for you, and I'm excited our babies will be only a year or two behind one another. I just wish—" "What?" "I just wish I knew you were going to be happy in your love life, too. But you're right, it'll come. And who knows, the right man might be right under your nose already." Which was Melina's subtle way of prodding her for information about Max. Not that she knew what Grace and Max had been doing. Max had promised to keep their arrangement a secret, and she trusted him to do that. But Melina wasn't stupid. She knew Max tracked Grace down at the bar 2 nights ago, and that immediately afterward Grace had extended her trip. Melina wasn't going to pressure Grace for information, but she was clearly jonesing for her friend and brother-in-law to get together, as in fall in love. For a moment, Grace opened herself to the fantasy of being in a committed relationship with Max, of having a child with him, a child who would love her from day one. The latter, at least, was possible. A child she wouldn't have to fear would get bored with her and leave, or make every day a dream come true only to die. She mentally winced. She knew what her thoughts meant, that she was a coward. But they also made her practical. If her parents hadn't waited so long to have her, they would have watched her in dance recitals in grade school, celebrated with her at her high school and college graduations, been there to hold her and let her cry with her first heartbreak. But time had cost not just them, but her all those opportunities, all those years she could have loved and been loved in return. She didn't want to make the same mistake her mama and daddy did, holding back on having a child until age compromised everything. Now was the time to build her own family, no matter what form it took. She looked at Melina's round belly, then stroked the pile of baby clothes next to her. Robert What's-His-Name had been a dud, but the agency promised other candidates. Hopefully not all the men interested would be as sanctimonious. A sudden gasp from Melina made Grace whip her head around. Her friend stood in the middle of the living room, one hand clutched tight to her belly, the other gripping the back of a chair. Her eyes were closed, and she wore an intense grimace. Grace's heart stuttered against her ribs. She stood and rushed to Melina. "Oh God, are you in labor?" "I can't be," Melina said, eyes still closed. "I'm not due for another 2 months. It's probably just false labor." "Here, let me help you to the couch." Grace slid her hand under Melina's elbow and guided her to where she'd just been sitting. Almost 10 minutes after that, Melina gasped again, and this time her face went white. Her gasp was followed by a guttural growl. When she'd calmed, Grace called the hospital and explained what was happening. The nurse told her to come in if the contractions continued. "I'm sure I'm fine. My water hasn't broken," Melina said. Another contraction took her, then another. She let out a loud groan and screwed her eyes shut. "I'm taking you to the hospital now." Grace found her purse and pulled out her phone. "Braxton Hicks, I'm sure that's what this is, but maybe it's time to call Reese." Melina was pale, her expression scared. Finally, she'd wanted to call Reese 20 minutes ago, but Melina had refused. With shaking hands, she flipped to Reese's cell number and hit dial. After 4 rings, the call went to voicemail. She left a brief message that she was taking his wife to the hospital because of what could be preterm labor. 30 minutes later, Grace paced next to Melina, who lay in a hospital bed covered in monitoring equipment. They still hadn't heard from Reese. The equipment showed the babies were fine, but the doctor hadn't said whether this was false labor or premature contractions. "Are you sure you don't know where your husband is?" Grace asked, forcing tension from her voice. No sense in freaking out an already freaked out Melina. She sat next to her friend, stroking her arm in what she hoped was a reassuring manner. "He had an appointment, that's all I know." Melina gasped in pain again. Grace swept her gaze to the monitors, another contraction. Maybe Max would know where his brother was. She pulled her phone out and found his number. Max didn't answer either, but she left a detailed message letting him know Melina was in the hospital and that she couldn't get a hold of his brother. Moments later, Melina's doctor arrived and explained she was going to administer meds to stop Melina's contractions. She also said not to worry, that Melina and the babies were doing fine and weren't in danger. It was almost an hour before her cell rang. She cast a quick glance at the caller ID, Max. When she answered the call, he didn't wait for her to speak. "Reese there?" "We haven't been able to reach him." "I have no clue where he is. How's Melina?" His voice was tight and rough, throaty as though full of emotion. "She's fine. The doctor put her on medication to stop the contractions." "The babies?" Grace blew out a puff of air. "The babies are fine too. Heart rates are normal and everything looked good on the ultrasound. They're sleeping through the whole thing. Where are you?" "I was in a meeting with our landlord. Jeremy spent half the time asking questions about Elizabeth and our photos in the paper. He was leaning toward letting us renew our lease." "Well, go back then." "I'll be there as soon as I can." His vehemence caught her off guard. "That's not necessary." "You focus on Melina and I'll keep trying to get a hold of my brother on my way over." She glanced at the clock on the wall. Still early afternoon. He said he'd almost convinced Jeremy to renew the lease, and she knew how important that was to everyone involved in the show. "Max, we're fine on our own. You don't have to come. Don't jeopardize your career for something we don't even know is serious or not." "Dixie, I'm certainly not going to be MIA when Melina's in the hospital and pregnant with my future nieces or nephews. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Max clicked out of the call, leaving Grace to stare blankly at the phone. Max rushing over to the hospital wasn't what she'd anticipated. She'd thought he'd make a couple of calls, put out a couple of texts, not walk away from the negotiating table. Again, it proved how little she knew about Max and how much she'd underestimated him. She turned to Melina. "Max doesn't know where Reese is, but he's going to find him. He'll be here soon." Chapter 12. Max's Magic Rule, number 13. If you get stage fright, lock on to one person in the audience. Max punched the button in the hospital elevator, his thoughts split between worry for Melina and anger at Grace. Since Grace assured him Melina was going to be fine, anger was winning out. He'd do anything for his family. Why didn't Grace see that? How could she doubt for even a second that he'd drop everything the minute he heard Melina was in the hospital? The fact she could think that made him even more determined to end things with her. He'd given her what she'd wanted, so why risk exposing himself to yet more evidence of her low opinion of him? Quickly, he found Melina's room. When he saw her, his heart slowed. She was pale and had a limp arm wrapped around her belly, but she and Grace were smiling. She smiled even harder when she saw him, holding out her arms. Grace smiled too, but her smile faded when Max didn't reciprocate. She stood, giving up her spot next to Melina on the bed. Max hugged Melina, pulled back, then kissed her forehead. "Thank God you're okay." Gently, he laid his palm on the bulge of Melina's stomach through her hospital gown and bedsheet. "Hey, babies." Melina covered his hand with hers. "Max, you didn't need to come. The doctor has already given me something to stop the contractions." "You're my sister now," Max said with a frown, acutely aware of how rough his voice had grown. "Even if you weren't, you're my friend. You know I'd be here." Grace sucked in a breath. When he glanced up, her expression was stiff. "Hurt." Max sighed and shook his head slightly in apology. In case she didn't get the message, he said, "Hi, Grace. Thanks for watching over Melina." "No need to thank me," she said. "She's my best friend." Melina flashed Grace another smile before turning back to Max. "Grace said you were in the middle of a meeting with Jeremy. I'd hate for you to lose the theater because of me." "That's not going to happen. Reese." "He called a few minutes ago and is on his way," Melina said. "Where was Melina?" His brother's voice sounded behind him. Max spun around to see Reese rushing through the doorway, his face pale and haggard, eyes frantic. "Ladybug," he whispered, his gaze fixed on the face of his wife. "I'm okay, sweetie, and the babies are okay too." Now it was Max who stood, making room for Reese to sit on the bed. Just as Max had done, Reese placed his hand on Melina's protruding stomach and gently caressed it. After leaning forward and giving her a soft kiss on the lips, he cast a glance around the room, taking in the beeping monitors and the IV in Melina's arm. "You said on the phone the doctor gave you meds to stop the contractions. You haven't had any more pain?" "Absolutely none." Max felt the air go in and out of his lungs more easily, and he noticed Reese's shoulders relax. Still, the fact he hadn't been able to reach his brother during a medical emergency pissed him off. "Where were you, Reese? Why weren't you with Melina?" His brother frowned. "I was out looking for another theater for the show. You picked now to go hunting for a new venue? Yesterday you said Melina wasn't feeling well." "Max," Melina said, "your wife was probably in preterm labor. You think I would have left if I thought there was a chance in hell of her?" "Reese, Max didn't mean to imply that," Grace said quietly. She moved next to Max. "He knows how much you love Melina." Although she didn't take Max's hand, she stood close enough that he could feel her pressing against his side. She was taking his back, he realized. "He was just frantic when he couldn't reach you. We all were." Reese took a deep breath and turned to his wife. "Baby, I thought I was just a phone call away. I wasn't that far, just about 2 miles in the Pixie Dust Hotel. The manager called earlier this morning to tell me their headliner was going on tour in Europe and we could have the venue if conditions were met. I was there looking at the stage and backstage area." He swore quietly, then dipped his head to kiss Melina's lips, then her belly. "I didn't realize there was no cell service in the theater. I should have checked to make sure. I am so sorry." Melina laughed, the sound light and sweet. She stroked her husband's cheek. "You're here now, that's all that matters. Besides, Grace was with me. She knew exactly what to do. I was in excellent hands." Max didn't hesitate. He reached down and took Grace's hand. He hoped the gesture conveyed everything he wanted it to, including that he was sorry, that he admired her for being such a sweet and loyal friend to Melina, that he thought she was an incredible woman and would be an amazing mother. He just wanted her to wait until the time and the man was right. She looked at him with uncertainty, then smiled and leaned in closer. Relief made him feel slightly dizzy. When he looked up, both Reese and Melina were staring at their joined hands. Remembering his promise to keep their arrangement a secret, Max let go and took several steps away from her. "The Pixie Dust Theater is gorgeous," Melina said. "What happened?" "Unfortunately, even after all this, the venue won't work. Not enough room under the stage for some of our tricks. For now, Jeremy's still got us on the hook." He looked at Max. "I really wanted the new venue to work," he said quietly. "You shouldn't have to play the media on a constant basis just to keep the lease agreement in place. That sucks for you." Surprise shut down any response Max could have made. He'd always thought Reese and his parents believed playing the charming playboy was easy for him. Reese going out on his own and trying to find a new venue spoke volumes. "How'd the meeting with Jeremy go today?" Reese asked. Max shook his head. "Let's talk about that later." The last thing he wanted was to add more to his brother's worries. Max wanted all of Reese's focus where it belonged, on Melina and their babies, not on him or the show. Grace said something to Melina, and he looked at her again. All day he'd planned what he'd say to her, how he'd tell her they were over. The thought of doing so had seemed difficult before. It seemed almost impossible now. A rush of emotion swirled through him as he gazed at her. Awareness, attraction, respect, longing. That was a complication he didn't like. He'd started to care far too much of what Grace thought of him, and he wasn't big on being disappointed. In her eyes, he'd never be a man worthy enough to build a life with. A bustling sounded at the doorway, and he turned to see a doctor in a white coat, stethoscope around her neck and a chart in her hands, entering Melina's room. After introducing herself and getting Melina's permission to speak in front of Max and Grace, the doctor flipped through the chart. "You were definitely in preterm labor, Mrs. Dalton," Dr. Ellis said. "Meaning?" Reese asked. "Melina's body thinks it's ready to have the babies. We've put her on medication, but I'm going to recommend she stays in the hospital for the next few days while we get her stabilized." After the doctor left, Grace breathed in deeply, the scent of cleanser reminding her where she was, as though the beeping monitors weren't proof enough. Thank God she'd been there to help Melina get to the hospital. And thank God Reese showed up. Even though she'd been handling things and trying to hold it together beforehand, Melina had seemed to relax substantially once her husband appeared in the doorway. It wasn't lost on Grace that she'd been hiding her own anxiety and stress, but felt immeasurably better after Max stormed into the room, even with his brooding expression and fisted hands and the way he initially ignored her. Now Max and Reese spoke quietly, making arrangements for Melina's stay in the hospital. She'd wronged Max. Time and again she'd told herself he was the man the media presented to the world. The man he presented to the media. A playboy. A bad boy. He'd even called himself those things. But those monikers weren't accurate. No, Max may have dated numerous women and may have used the media's attention to pump up his own reputation, but deep down, his family came first. He cared deeply about his mother, his father, his brother, and now his sister-in-law and soon-to-be-born nieces or nephews. She watched Max reach out and stroke a strand of hair behind Melina's ears. Melina was right. If the way he treated his parents, Reese and Melina, and yes, Grace, was any indication, Max was going to make a wonderful husband and father someday. It just sucked that it wouldn't be with her. That meant she needed to stop wasting their time. She needed to push forward with her plan. When the time was right, she'd tell Max. Let him know he was off the hook. "What can we do, Grace and I?" Max asked Reese. Grace started. That Max included her in his question surprised her. He'd referred to them as a we, reinforcing the conclusion Reese and Melina would have jumped to when he'd reached out and held her hand. They weren't a we, not an us. And yet when she glanced at him, she realized he was staring at her as if the word we was on purpose. She cleared her throat. "Yes, what do you need done? I'm happy to help." Reese ran a hand through his hair. "I can't think of anything." Melina jabbed him in the ribs with an elbow. Hello? Nursery, cribs, disaster zone?" Reese flashed her a grin, then turned to Max. "I started the project yesterday, but was distracted by my beautiful wife. The pieces are all over the nursery. Do you think you and Grace could put cribs together?" Max looked at Grace. "Do you know how to use those weird hex screwdriver things?" She couldn't help it. She giggled. "I think between the two of us we can figure out how to put together a couple of cribs. After all, neither of us has a beautiful wife to distract us." Something dark flashed in Max's eyes, then was gone. "We'll do it," he said to Reese. "Need anything else?" "We need bedding for the babies, too," Melina said. "I have a bunch of clothes and diapers, but other than the quilts, no sheets or blankets." "We'll take care of that once we're done with the cribs." He bent to give Melina a light kiss on the cheek. "And we'll be back later tonight to check on you." Another use of the word we, Grace noted. An odd tingle shot up her tummy and into her chest. In past relationships, the use of the word we had signaled a turning point, a moment when the relationship deepened from dating to a full-on connection. Was Max even aware of what he was saying or how it could be construed? She gave herself a mental headshake. She was reading way too much into a casual use of a pronoun. She may have finally admitted Max Dalton had much more depth than she'd originally given him credit for, but that didn't change anything. He seemed to like her and enjoy her company. But he'd liked and enjoyed the company of many, many women over the years, and he'd continue to do so. Chapter 13. Max's Magic Rule number 14. For good or bad, an audience can turn on you at any time. The house was quiet. Too quiet, Grace thought, as she and Max walked into Melina and Reese's place. The ticking of a clock in the kitchen was the only sound. Eerie, given that hours earlier her and Melina's laughter had filled the small home. I'll probably need your help, Max said, bumping into her as she came to a stop in the doorway of the nursery. The room was a disaster. Crumpled instructions were scattered on the floor, as were slats, boards, screws, and nuts. She nudged a board with her foot. No problem, I'm happy to help. Looks like Reese left us a bit of a mess, she said. I imagine it would be hard to put a crib together with just one person. Max barked out a quick laugh. Yeah, especially when that one person is me. She glanced at him and was surprised to see his face lined with tension instead of humor the way she'd anticipated. What do you mean? Max shrugged. Reese is the one that designs the props we need for the show. When it comes to inanimate objects, I'm great with my hands once something's built, but... He shrugged. Good thing I'm just the looks of the two of us, or we'd be stuck with cards and scarves rather than the intricate stuff Reese creates. Max, she said quietly, you're not just a good-looking guy, you're every bit as talented as Reese. I'm ashamed if I ever implied otherwise. He stiffened and his eyes widened before his expression went blank. Thanks. Now, how do we get started? He focused on the crib parts, picking up a piece at random. He's insecure and afraid, she realized. Just as insecure and afraid as I am. How is that possible? Max. She stopped when he shook his head. Grace, he said, I think, despite what you said the other day, you know we're friends. So, given we're friends, let's just focus on the cribs, yeah? She wanted to shout no. She wanted to insist they talk about him and her and how much she liked him and how, if she thought it was really possible, she'd want to be more than his friend. Much, much more. Instead, she picked up the crib assembly instructions. Here, take this and see what you can puzzle out. I'll gather up the hardware. Hardware? Nuts, bolts, those hex screwdriver things you mentioned? Gotcha. I get the wood and you get to screw. She laughed. 5 minutes later, Grace watched as Max studied the lengths of wood and the plethora of metal bits she'd carefully placed in front of him, explaining where they all went and how to use the hex driver. He held up 2 identical screws. Didn't I already do this step? Problem, sugar? Grace drawled, secretly pleased by how out of sorts Max seemed and how willing he was to let her see that. She suspected that wouldn't be the case with just anyone. He pretended to look indignant. Of course not. Without being asked, Grace came over and started to help him assemble the crib. He'd admitted how bad he was at building things. Apparently, that hadn't been much of an exaggeration. After a few minutes of them working silently, Max cleared his throat. So, still determined to go through with Operation Baby? Tension tightened her spine. She wasn't so sure she was, but he didn't need to know that. I really don't want to argue with you about it, Max. I don't want to argue either. I'm really interested. Maybe I can even help. Help? Her hands froze, then she moved again, carefully laying out the odds and ends that confused Max to no end. He shrugged. Sure, I know guys. You know guys? What did he mean? He cleared his throat again, obviously uncomfortable with the way the conversation was going, but apparently willing to persevere. Men who might want to make a family. Men maybe a bit more your style. You're pimping me out. She was joking, but when Max slapped a crib part to the ground and furrowed his brow, she worried he'd taken her seriously. Are you still determined to find someone to co-parent with, or has that changed at all? Changed? How? Now she was really confused. What was Max asking? Have you reconsidered waiting for more? Love, romance, in addition to... He waved his hand, but this time she didn't even smile at their private joke. When she just stared at him, he blew out a sharp breath. Never mind, let's just get these cribs put together and get to the baby store. Don't we need to buy bedding, or is it bunting? That's a thing, right? A baby thing? Yes, she said slowly. Bunting is a baby thing, or at least it is in nursery rhymes. She hesitated, wondering if Max's questions could possibly be motivated by self-interest in finding love and romance and passion with her. But that kind of thinking was just heartbreak waiting to happen. I'm going to contact the agency, she said, and explain how Robert wasn't anywhere close to what I wanted in a father for my child. But I'll admit, talking to him, it's given me second thoughts about having a baby with a stranger. How practical her plan had seemed when she'd first come up with it. And yet now, watching Melina and Reese, becoming aware of the real man Max was behind the mask he presented to the public, she felt confused and uncertain. What would it be like to get pregnant by a man she loved? What would it be like to have the father of her children rush to her bedside when labor started to kiss her belly and brush her hair from her face? How wonderful would it be if that man was Max? Grace? She realized she'd zoned out, staring out the windows at the darkened sky. Flashing a quick glance at Max, she noticed how intently he stared at her, as if he'd somehow entered into her mind and had heard her thoughts. But if he'd done that, surely he'd be laughing himself silly. Maybe you all have been right. How could I possibly think it would be easy to find an intelligent, educated, career-oriented man who wants a child but not the hassle of a relationship with the child's mom, beyond parenting? She shook her head. Sometimes I think I really am a slice short of an apple pie. His expression turned fierce. Hey, stop it. You're not a slice short of anything. You just want to be happy and fulfilled, and you're willing to put your heart into it and take risks. That's admirable. His expression twisted. Not many people do that. You do. Once again, his expression went blank, and for the first time she realized how much practice he had at doing it, at performing in general. He was good at turning on and off and concealing his feelings. How much of Max was an act, and how much of himself did he hide without even knowing he was doing it? She shifted closer to him. Max, are you unhappy in Vegas? I like Vegas. I like being close to Reese and Melina and knowing their kids are going to have some stability and adventure in their lives. But sometimes I want more. Doesn't everyone? Sure, but more of what? Money? Women? Fame? His mouth twisted and she mentally winced. She didn't mean to, but she kept hurting him. Do you want the love and family that Reese and Melina are building together? Because sometimes it seems like you do, and maybe you don't think you can have it. Kind of how you accepted not being able to watch Houdini while your parents are gone. It's not the same thing. Oh, my parents, I've got to call them. Tell them what's going on. Won't they just worry? It's Melina, he said simply. She nodded. Right. He got to his feet, pulled out his phone, then hesitated. Grace? Yes? I enjoyed talking to you. I want to keep doing it. His mouth twisted wryly. Among other things, of course. Can we continue this conversation later? She bit her lip. Yes, I'd like that, Max. Max left the nursery to call his parents and was back within 10 minutes. Are they already on a flight back? I convinced them to wait until we have more information from the doctor. He rubbed his hands together. So let's get these cribs together. She turned back to the crib part, stiffening when he said, Unless you want to tell me why you blushed so hard when you were looking at Reese and me at the hospital earlier. Her back to him, she closed her eyes before pasting a smile on her face and turning around. She handed him 2 blocks of wood and several screws. He laughed. She didn't. But she smiled for a good long time as they got to work. A few hours later, Grace stood with her jaw just about to her knees while Max covered the baby store counter with items. Not just sheets and blankets, but rattles and teething toys and board books. With each article he placed on the counter, he smiled as if seeing himself playing with the babies or reading them the books. As the clerk rang up the purchases, Grace noticed a tiny ballerina outfit. A pink tulle ballet skirt banded a white long-sleeved onesie. For some reason, it made her think of the dance and acrobatic show that had moved in next door to Max's theater, the same one that contributed to their reduced ticket sales. She knew Max and Reese's biggest concern was getting Jeremy to renew their lease. Then they intended to brainstorm ways to boost sales. Their late-night show already included adult humor and some topless action by Max's beautiful assistants, but she couldn't help thinking of the phrase, fighting fire with fire. Have you ever thought about adding an acrobatic act or dances to your show? she asked. Pulling out his wallet from his back pocket, Max hesitated. No, magic's always been the focus. I'm not sure I want it to be different. Just because something's always been one way doesn't mean a bit of change won't do it good or result in something even better. Maybe it's time to start looking at expanding the show to attract people with varied interests, bring in people who aren't already sold on the allure of magic. Maybe it's time to start thinking about yourself differently, she thought, remembering how he'd indicated wanting more in his life. He handed the clerk his credit card. Go on. Tell me the truth. Were you happiest performing with Reese, or are you happier now? Reese is still plenty involved with the act. That's not what I asked. I don't want him to ever feel guilty about doing what he needs to do to make himself and Melina happy. Max, that's the last thing I want. This is just you and me talking. The clerk slipped the receipt closer to Max, and he signed. Then, yes, I was happier performing with Reese. It makes sense. More time with him, less pressure on me. But I'm handling it. Of course you are. But what about modifying the act a little, making it about a troupe instead of carrying everything on your shoulders? She rested a hand on his arm. The success of the act has been your responsibility for a while now. I see it, Melina sees it, and even Reese sees it. That's why he's trying to find another theater, isn't it? Seems to be, Max said. It's not all up to you to fix things. You deserve to be happy too, you know. The clerk placed the bagged items in front of them. Max swept the packages off the countertop, not letting Grace carry any. If I can fix anything, I will, especially with the babies on the way. But I'll think about what you said, Grace. I'm not sure I have the time to start investigating dance troupes, though. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. You've got to make the time for this, Max. I know a woman who runs a dance studio right here in Vegas. She's my lawyer's sister. I can put you in touch if you want. He grinned. Candy and nuts, huh? Out front, Max popped the trunk to his car and placed the packages inside. Before shutting it, he leaned against the back end of the car, folded his arms over his chest, and looked at her. Does this mean we really are friends? I don't want to be your friend, she instantly thought. I want to be more. But she'd settle for that. You've helped me. It's the least I can do to help you. I'm not sure I've even given you anything that will work, but it's an idea. He reached out, cupping her chin in his hand. She caught her breath and held it, heard the pounding in her ears as her heart rate intensified. Max pulled her closer to him until their hips touched. Her hands found his arms. And then he kissed her. Deep. Long. Hard. There, on the side of the street in front of the baby boutique, Max Dalton kissed Grace Sinclair with tenderness, not a tomcat, not a bad boy, but a man capable of putting his family before his career. A man who loved his parents, who wanted a dog, and who made her feel whole. A man capable of making all of Grace's dreams come true, whether he wanted to or not. Chapter 14. Max's Magic Rule number 15. The best performances happen when you're not trying so hard. After dropping off the baby supplies, Max and Grace stopped by the hospital to check on Melina, who was resting peacefully with Reese by her side. For over an hour, Grace talked with her friends, noticing how Max, who sat beside her, couldn't seem to keep his hands off her. Whether it was to stroke her hair or rub her back or hold her hand, he didn't seem to care what message he might be communicating either to her, Melina, or Reese. And what he was communicating was that he cared for Grace and enjoyed her company. It began to dawn on Grace that not only was she wrong about what kind of man Max was, but maybe she'd been wrong about whether he'd want to build something even more special than friendship with her. Suddenly, there was no longer a doubt in her mind it was what she wanted. As they walked to the hospital parking lot after saying their goodbyes, Grace stopped beside Max's car, took a deep breath, and said, "In case you're interested, I want more from you." Max tilted his head to the side and frowned. "You mean you're considering me for the position of your baby's father?" "No," she said quickly, wincing when he frowned and his eyes blazed. "Not that you wouldn't make a wonderful father, but I need to think about some things, put my baby plan on hold." His shoulders seemed to relax slightly. "Why?" "I think you and Melina and Lucy might have been right," she whispered. "I mean, I still want a family, a baby, sooner than later." "Is there a but coming?" "But I think I was rushing into having a baby because I was lonely. All my life I've just wanted to be normal. My parents died when I was 10, and I guess I saw the same thing happening down the line with a family. I was so afraid I wouldn't find the right man that I wanted to skip over any pressure to do so. And now?" She glanced away but forced herself to say, "Now I'm thinking I've found the right man after all." He folded his arms across his chest, not encouraging. "Why the sudden change of heart?" "It's actually not that sudden," she said. "I've always liked you, but your reputation scared me. It still does. But if you feel the same way, I don't know, maybe we can run us up a flagpole and see what salutes." He failed to crack a smile. "Say it straight." "What?" "I've made a mistake. He's just standing there when he has to know how hard this is. But maybe that's what he needs, to know someone cares enough, wants him enough to get through a little discomfort to get him." "Tell me exactly what you're saying so there can't be any confusion." "I'm saying I want to get to know you better. I want to spend time with you, a lot more time. I'm saying if you gave me a chance, it would be easy to fall in love with you." She resisted glancing away at her discomfort. "I know it sounds silly. We've only been hanging out a few days, but—" She lost the battle, and her gaze darted to the sidewalk at her feet. "Eyes on me, Grace." When she raised her head, he was finally smiling. "It's not silly." "Then what is it?" He strode toward her. "It's fantastic." Gripping her arms, he pulled her into his body so the breath whooshed out of her. He hugged her tight, then pulled back and kissed her deeply. "Do I look scared to you?" he asked after he raised his head. "You look happy." And she felt happy, stunned by the knowledge Max actually wanted more from her. Even if it didn't last long, she was taking the ride. "You say that now, but wait until you get back to my place." "What will I be saying then?" "For starters, how about please, more, and please?" She giggled, feeling more carefree than she could ever remember. "You said please more than once." "So will you. Now, please, can we get in the car so we can get started?" She nodded, then clasped his hands in hers. "We can go back to your place and just talk all night. If that's what it takes to prove I respect you, then definitely." He raised their hands and kissed hers. "If I say thank you for the offer, but now that I know you want more, I'm more than happy, will that be okay?" To quote someone awesome I know, that would be fantastic. The drive from the hospital to Max's condo was significantly different than the drive to his parents' house. Shorter, of course, but almost transcendent, as though they were traveling in their own private bubble. As he drove, Max never stopped touching Grace, whether it was holding her hand or pulling her in for a kiss every time they stopped at a red light. She began to crave those brief stops far more than she'd ever thought possible. She wanted to hit every red light in Vegas just so she could experience an endless variety of Max Dalton kisses, from sweet to blazing hot. The silence in the car added to the intimate atmosphere. Grace felt drugged on the look, the smell, and taste of him. She was confident she'd never feel this way about another man again, and she hoped she wouldn't have the chance to find out. The next time Max stopped, Grace decided to take the kind of kiss she wanted, and it was full throttle. When she pulled back, Max looked as dazed as she felt. She turned toward the windshield, expecting to see a green light and angry drivers barreling around them. Instead, they were pulled up in front of Max's condo. "You didn't tell me we were here?" "You kind of distracted me." "Just kind of?" "Let's go inside and I'll let you definitely distract me. Sound good?" "Depends. Does anything go?" "Baby, when it comes to you, I want everything. And I'm more than prepared to return the favor." Chapter 15. Max's Magic Rule number 16. No matter how successful you become, don't forget your friends. The next morning, Grace woke to the smell of coffee and bacon, two of her favorite things, but she didn't smile until Max leaned down and kissed her shoulder. She said without opening her eyes. She stretched, enjoying all the small tingles and aches that lingered from the night before. I was right. About what? There's nothing you can't give a woman. When he didn't respond, she cracked her eyes, then opened them all the way. He set the cup of coffee down on the nightstand, right next to a plate that held an omelet and bacon. It's going to be very easy to fall in love with you too, Grace. In fact, I think I'm more than halfway there. Max. The phone rang from the other room and he frowned. That's my cell. It might be Reese. Don't move. When he left, she flopped back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Then a grin split her face and she had to stop herself from leaping to her feet and dancing right then and there. Grace, Max said. She looked up, immediately tensing. The worried expression was back. Melina? He shook his head. No, she's fine. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you think. He ran a hand through his hair. What is it? That was Elizabeth on the phone. Elizabeth, as in Elizabeth Parker, the hot blonde actress he'd kissed in front of Lodi's? She looked away, but the distress she was feeling must have been obvious. Hey, Max said, rushing to her side. Look at me, Dixie. When she did, he cupped her face. I am crazy about you. You have nothing to worry about with Elizabeth. We're just friends. Friends who'd been photographed in a passionate embrace just days ago. But it wasn't like she didn't have a past, too. And he'd so easily believed in her innocence against Logan Cooper's accusations. She needed to believe in him, too. Okay, she said. So why do you look so worried? Elizabeth was just about to board a plane to Vegas when she called, and it's probably getting ready to take off. Good Lord, did this have to do with their plan? Had she called to arrange another photo op with Max? Because she knew Max wasn't exactly hers, but she felt like he was. She didn't want another woman's anything on him, and she certainly didn't want photos of it splashed all over the papers. So you and she waved her hand in a circle, but he grabbed it and squeezed gently. This has nothing to do with our plan. She was upset. She said she's about to cave and beg her cheating ex for another chance. And she doesn't have anyone else to go to? He winced. I know it's bad timing, but... Again, he ran his hands through his hair. But she's your friend, she said. Yes, she is, but she's just a friend. And you're going to be so much more than that to me. You already are. If it makes you uncomfortable, I won't pick her up. She didn't want him to go, of course, but the whole reason she was here with him right now was because she knew what a great guy he was. A great guy would be there for his friend. You should go. Are you saying you're not uncomfortable with the idea? I'm saying I trust you, Max. I want to build something special with you, something lasting. I want that too. She nodded and forced a big smile. So how much time do you have? How much time do we have? And the better question is, how much special we can fit into 2 hours? I don't know, but I'm looking forward to finding out. What about your breakfast? I'll take my eggs and coffee cold, so long as I get you while you're hot. At Max's request, Grace stayed at his condo after he left to pick up Elizabeth at the airport. He promised he'd be back in a few hours after he had a chance to talk with her. Grace used the opportunity to visit Melina, who was doing great and would be going home the next day. She was just saying her goodbyes when Max called. Hey, she said. Everything okay? With Elizabeth, I'm hoping it will be soon. Does that mean you'll be back in time for a late lunch? I'm not sure. Things are a little complicated. But will you wait for me at my place? His serious tone finally registered. It seemed more than just serious because his friend was having troubles. It sounded like he wanted her to wait for him so he could have a talk with her about something she wouldn't want to talk about. She glanced at Melina and Reese, whose heads were bent in conversation. She hadn't told them about Elizabeth's impromptu visit, just that Max had business to take care of and would be by later. Then she dodged Melina's insistent questions about what was going on with her and Max. But she'd also blushed the whole time, making Melina laugh and only press harder until Reese had gently said, Ladybug, drop it. They'll tell us in their own time. She caught them looking at her as she talked to Max and stuck her tongue out at them even as she turned away. The playful gesture, however, contrasted sharply with the worry Max's demeanor and words had caused within her. "Grace, will you wait for me?" "Of course, but what's wrong? You're worrying me." She heard him exhale loudly, as if gathering his courage. "I told you you have nothing to worry about as far as Elizabeth goes. Problem is, she got off the plane wasted, and I've been trying to sober her up while at the same time keeping her off the radar." Poor Elizabeth, she thought. It was bad enough to be going through such a tough time without having to worry about bad press. "Anything else?" "She showed me a paper she bought at the airport. We're in it, Grace. Someone took a picture of us kissing outside the baby store." She breathed a sigh of relief. That wasn't great news, but it wasn't horrible either. "Grace, I'm sorry. I promised to keep things between us private and—" "Mac," she said as she deliberately turned to face Melina and Reese. "We kissed in the street." Melina and Reese grinned and gave one another a high five. Melina even did a little jig in bed, which made Grace nod and smile. "It's not your fault, and I'm not upset. I mean, the two of us, if we're going to be together, people will find out. By the way, I just outed us to Melina and Reese. They seem pleased as punch about it." For the first time, his tone lightened. "Good. Now I can kiss you wherever and whenever I like." "As if anything's changed," she teased. "I'll see you soon, Dixie." "See you soon," she said. But hours later, even after wrapping up her visit with a very happy Melina and Reese, visiting the gym and watching a movie from Max's DVD collection, Max still hadn't returned. Now it was 6 p.m., about 7 hours after Max left the airport to pick up Elizabeth. She'd just put another movie into the DVD player when someone knocked on Max's door. She opened it to a nice-looking man with curly dark hair. He wore a dress shirt and tie, a camera hanging from his shoulder, and a lanyard around his neck with some kind of ID. He was holding a pencil and a pad of paper. "Miss Sinclair, I'm Jeff Michaels with the Vegas Scoop." Grace moved to shut the door. Michaels stuck his foot into the doorway to block her. Grace's brows snapped down. "Move your foot. You have no business being here. You're with Max Dalton, a celebrity around here, and he's with Elizabeth Parker, an even bigger celebrity." She didn't mean for it to come out, it just did. "Max is not with Elizabeth." Michael smirked. "Sorry, but he is. I just came from seeing them check into a hotel near the airport." She lifted her chin. "I didn't just fall off the turnip truck. You think I'll just take your word on that?" Besides, even if he was telling the truth, Max had said Elizabeth was drunk and he'd needed to take her someplace away from prying eyes. A hotel would certainly qualify. Michaels held up his camera and showed her the screen. He'd taken a picture of Max and Elizabeth in what appeared to be a full-on clinch, but could very well have been a hug between friends if one of those friends was extremely upset. In the image, Max wore the same dark slacks and mint green shirt he had on when he left. And there was a little timestamp at the bottom of the screen indicating it was taken about 3 hours earlier, right around the time Max called her. It would have been easier for her to jump to conclusions, but with the whole fiasco with Logan Cooper still fresh on her mind, she didn't. Instead, she remembered Max saying it would be easy to fall in love with her, and she focused on that. She focused on the fact she already loved him. The reporter, however, wouldn't give up. "I followed the two of you here earlier. When Dalton left, I went with him. After I saw him with Elizabeth, I figured I'd come back here and see if you were still here. So you could hurt me? Sorry, you failed. I know what kind of man Max is, and that's all that matters. You can print whatever you want about him. I won't think any less of him." Michaels finally withdrew his foot from the doorway. "Does that mean you have no comment about the story I'm about to break?" "There is no story." "But there is. There's the story about how Elizabeth Parker couldn't keep her husband and she's seeking solace in the arms of an old boyfriend, only he's cheating on her with a woman who harassed one of her students." Chapter 16. Max's Magic Rule number 17. Know when to pack up your things and get off stage. 3 days later. Grace closed the trunk of her car after shoving the last few things from her office inside. Before getting behind the wheel, she texted Melina the ruling by the university's ethics committee. She copied Lucy and Reese on the message. She thought about adding Max as well, but ultimately didn't. She hadn't seen him since that day he'd left to pick up Elizabeth from the airport. Once Michaels had told her the subject of his article, she'd driven back to her hotel, packed up her things, then stopped by the hospital to say goodbye to Melina and Reese, swearing she'd fly down as soon as the babies were born. She didn't leave Max a note, didn't phone him. And although he'd been blowing up her phone since she'd left, she'd refused to answer. She wanted to. She had to force herself not to because she was afraid she'd cave. She loved Max. She didn't believe he'd betrayed her with Elizabeth. But Michael's visit had clarified the real reason she and Max couldn't be together. It wasn't that he was a playboy and wouldn't want to have a relationship with her. It was because he was a celebrity, one whose private life would constantly be fair game to the media. She wanted family. But most of all, she wanted a normal life. Now that she'd left Vegas, she was several steps closer to getting it. For now, the fiasco with Logan Cooper was over. The university's ethics committee had ruled in her favor. In the end, they'd decided Grace's behavior at the campus mixer had been unwise but not unethical. A huge factor in the committee's decision was that after Grace's lawyer forwarded him the article Michaels had run in The Scoop, Stephen Lebrecht had come forward to testify on her behalf after all. She and Stephen had gone to coffee after he gave his statement to the committee, and Stephen said the woman he was dating was sticking by him. Grace was glad. There was still the lawsuit against the university to contend with, but her lawyer was confident that given Stephen's statement, it would eventually be settled or dismissed outright. And although she'd had to deal with a bevy of reporters trying to follow up on Michael's story once she'd returned to California, they'd soon lost interest in her once they realized Max wasn't going to show and that she refused to say a word about him. It helped that both Elizabeth and Max had seemed to disappear as well. There were all kinds of speculations online that they'd flown to the Caribbean to try to undo the damage Grace did to their budding relationship. Grace knew from Melina that was far from the truth. Elizabeth was holed up somewhere even Melina didn't know of, and Max had gone off by himself to stay at his parents' house. At least he'd be able to spend some quality time with Houdini, she thought. That would be good for him. And she wanted what was good for Max. She just knew what was good for her, and that was for them to stay away from one another. In the end, it was just another tabloid article that could have been based in truth or completely fabricated. Now Grace was headed home. She'd quit her job at the university as planned, but she'd also dropped Operation Baby. If she'd learned one thing during her time with Max, it was that she didn't know what she wanted. Acting rashly by bringing a baby into the world under those circumstances was not okay. Grace was intent on getting inside her car when she sensed movement behind her. She turned and saw Max. She nearly whimpered in combined excitement and regret. He looked good, but he also looked tired, haggard, worn out and drained, much the same way Reese had looked when he'd rushed to the hospital the day Melina had those contractions. Max's expression never changed to joy or relief the way Reese's had. He stood several feet away, arms crossed over his chest, scowling. She barely resisted throwing herself at him. It had only been 3 days, and she missed him, longed for him. Every minute of every day, but especially at night when she was haunted with memories of them being in each other's arms. She finally asked, "Melina's okay?" Even though she knew she was. If something was wrong, or if Melina had gone into labor, Reese would have called or texted her. He didn't reply. "What brings you here, Max?" Her words seemed to snap him out of a trance. He strode toward her. Then, to her utter shock, he bent low, put his shoulder to her belly and straightened, carrying her away from her car. It took several seconds before she could speak. "What are you doing?" "Bringing you someplace you can't run away from me. I'm a magician. I have an assortment of ties and handcuffs. Too bad I didn't know when I left my place to see Elizabeth that you were going to run." Having reached his car and unlocked the doors with his beeper, he threw open the passenger door and stooped down to gently deposit her inside. "Stay," he said, pointing at her, as if she was freaking Houdini. Fortunately for him, and unfortunately for her, she was in such shock over what he'd just done and said, he was able to get behind the wheel and start driving before she recovered. "Are you crazy?" "Crazy pissed, crazy frustrated, crazy to have ever gotten involved with you. Take your pick," he said. That made her mouth snap shut. She knew it was stupid, but his comment hurt. He seemed to get that. Sighing, he said, In case you're wondering, I'm also still crazy about you. And I know you're still crazy about me." His bright green eyes lasered into her, holding so much resolve that she had to turn away and glance out the window. "You're wrong, Max," she said quietly. "No, you're wrong if you think I'm letting you walk away from me." Her head snapped around and she stared at his profile as he drove. "Letting me? Last time I checked, you no longer have any control over me. I can change that." Max had always been more than his fair share of bad boy, but she'd never seen him this dominant before. She wanted to keep fighting him on principle, but she could plainly see how hurt he was just beneath the surface of his anger. She'd done that. She didn't want to hurt either one of them anymore. Time to try logic and honesty. Max was reasonable, and they hadn't been together that long. She'd just explain why this wasn't going to work for her, like she should have in the first place, and he'd be reasonable. He had so many women who wanted to be with him. He didn't need her complicating his life. "You're right, I am crazy about you. But you can't give me what I need. I want a family. I want stability. I want a nice, normal, peaceful life. As a visit from a certain reporter proved, you come with drama, not peace." "You need some drama." "Not that much. Good Lord, Max, they crucified me in that article." "It was Jeremy. He needed the money, and he knew Michael's work for the Scoop. He called him." "Jeremy, your landlord?" "Ex-landlord." "Oh no, Max. You didn't give up your lease for me, did you?" "Are you serious?" "No, I—" He pulled the car into a strip mall parking lot and turned to face her. "Dixie, the guy used personal and private information to hurt you. Breaking our lease was the least of what Reese and I did to him." Her eyes rounded and he shook his head. "We didn't hurt him, even though we really wanted to. Can't take the risk of Reese not being around for his babies. And I didn't want to take the risk of not being around when you came to your senses." "You and I won't work. I wish that wasn't the case, but if wishes were fishes, we'd all cast our nets. You're in the spotlight, and I'm just a normal girl who craves family." "You're not normal, no matter how much you want to be. And that's a good thing, Grace. You want a family, but you also want love. You want excitement. I can give you all that if you'll let me." "No." He stared at her, took her hands and kissed them, just as he'd done in the past. "I know it sucked, having that reporter blindside you. I know you were humiliated. But it wasn't me who did that to you, Grace. And right now you're telling me I'm not worth the drama, even if said drama wasn't my fault." She wanted so badly to reassure him, but she couldn't. He was right. She wasn't normal, but she wanted to be normal. To be normal, she needed a normal life, not a life in Vegas dating a celebrity magician. "The drama wasn't your fault, Max. It's just who you are. It's all you'll ever be." He looked like she'd stabbed him. "Right." He stared at their joined hands for several seconds before letting go. He started driving again, executing an abrupt U-turn and heading back in the direction of the university. "God, I never learn. First Nancy, and now, 11 years later, you. I thought I'd learned my lesson." She didn't know who Nancy was, but the way he said her name, she knew she didn't want to be compared to her. "Max, I'm sorry," she said when he pulled up next to her car. "We want different things." "Don't play that card, Grace. You're scared. You opened up to me, and then you had to deal with some ugly stuff, and you're afraid there's going to be more ugly stuff. But what you're most afraid of? You're afraid I'm gonna hurt you." "And that's so outside the realm of possibility? You've left plenty of women behind, Max." "I have, but when I walked away, I did it knowing I never promised them I wouldn't. I never lied to any of those women. But you lied. You told me you respected me, that you wanted to build something special with me." "Honey, I didn't lie. All that was true. It is true. But we're too different." "Again, bullshit, Grace. Now get out, go pursue your normal life. Just remember, when you're bored out of your mind and realize you could have had more, everything, just remember you're the one who walked away. And now you've done it twice." She hesitated, struggled with indecision. Then she got out of the car. As soon as she shut the door, Max drove off. Chapter 17. Max's Magic Rule number 18. Leave your heart on the stage every single time. "You're out of your mind," Lucy said, even as she took out the clothes Grace put in a suitcase. As soon as Melina had the babies and Grace held them, she was headed for the Caribbean. She'd bought her ticket and everything. But first she had to get Lucy to stop unpacking her stuff. She took the clothes Lucy put back in her drawer and put them in her suitcase again. "Lucy, stop. I told you I don't want to talk about it. And you thought that was actually going to shut me up? You two are perfect for one another." Lucy made a grab for Grace's clothes again, but Grace shut the lid just in time. Quickly, she closed the zipper before turning back to her friend. "How can you say that? His lifestyle got me crucified in the papers. Half of Vegas knows about the sexual misconduct charges that your employer found had no merit. The scoop is tabloid trash. No one believes what it actually prints. And even if someone did, what is shocking is you actually believing the article is the reason you're running from Max." "It is the reason." "It's a convenient excuse to take the easy road instead of taking a risk." Grace whirled on Lucy. "You're one to talk." Lucy scowled. "What does that mean?" "It means you're dating Jericho and sticking by your like should be with like theory. Which, by the way, is further proof that Max and I would be a disaster together because it's the easy road. You'd rather do that than deal with the fact you were crazy about Jamie and heartbroken when he left you." Lucy jerked back. "First, Max and you are alike, whether you want to admit it or not," she said quietly. "You're both loving and intensely loyal and smart and ambitious. Second, Jamie didn't break up with me." Lucy sat down on Grace's bed, her expression crumpling. She wiped furiously at the tears pooling in her eyes. "But he made it so I had no choice but to break up with him." Shocked by both Lucy's admission and the fact she was crying, she'd never seen Lucy cry before, Grace sat next to her and placed a hand on her arm. "Tell me. He lied about who he is, what he does. He's not really a professor?" "He is, but there's so much more to his life than that. He comes from wealth. He's so stinking rich it's obscene." "Oh," Grace said. You'd never know it, but Lucy came from money too, and she hated it. Her father and mother controlled her, made her feel bad for not fitting into the high society crowd, said hateful things about her choices in hairstyles, career, men, and practically everything else. Lucy left that behind when she was 16 and never looked back. "But Jamie's not like that. He's working as a college professor. He's never treated you with disrespect. He tried telling me what to wear, thought I dressed too revealing. That's probably because he was jealous. He didn't like me going out to clubs. He wanted to stay home all the time and wanted me to do the same. He didn't want to share you." She shook her head. "No, it wasn't jealousy. It was image he was worried about. Even if it was jealousy, I'm no man's possession. And most important, he's a liar. Everything I thought I knew about him wasn't true. Not everything, certainly not the way he felt about you. You're wrong. I walked away and he never called me, not once. That tells me how he felt about me. That doesn't mean he doesn't care about you, Lucy, that he didn't love you. He probably still loves you. It means he wasn't willing to fight for what we had, and to me that's the same thing. And I'm betting Max feels the same way." Grace pulled back and stood. "That's not fair." Even as she said the words, she remembered one of her mama's favorite sayings. "Fair is what you pay to ride the bus." "It wasn't meant to be," Lucy said. "It was meant to shake some sense into you before you lose the best thing that's ever happened to you. He's drama, Lucy. And you love drama, Grace. At least the kind Max can give you. He'll try his best to protect you from the kind you don't like. Obviously, he won't always succeed, but he'll never stop trying. He'll always be by your side, getting kicked in the teeth right along with you. Too bad he can't say the same thing about you." She must have looked crushed because Lucy stood and folded her in her arms. "I'm sorry for being harsh, Grace, but let's not forget, Jamie lied to me. Max has never lied to you. Not about who he is, not about how he feels about you. What happened sucked, but it sucked for both of you. And you ran from him like it was all his fault." Now she was the one fighting back tears. "That's not what I meant to communicate. I'm just scared, Lucy. He amps up everything inside me, the good and the bad." Lucy pulled back and shook her. "You don't have a bad bone in your body." "I want to be normal," she whispered. "Like Melina, I want to have love and a family. I want people to respect me." First, Melina is far from normal. Second, you have that already. In case you don't get it, me and Melina and Reese and their babies, we're your family. We always have been. Max will be too if you give him the chance. Staring into Lucy's eyes, she finally accepted it. She'd had her family all along. Why hadn't she seen it before? "I messed up, didn't I?" "You freaked. It's understandable. The question is, what are you going to do now?" "The last time I saw Max, he was as mad as a mule chewing on bumblebees. With good reason. I left Vegas, refused to answer his calls, then turned him away like a lily-livered coward. What can I do?" Take a lesson from the Daltons and prepare to give the performance of a lifetime. Roll up your sleeves and make the biggest play of your life and show Max how you feel. Anything come to mind? She thought about her time with Max, both the confidence and the insecurities he'd shown her, and how she wanted to give him everything he thought he couldn't have, including her. "Actually, a couple of things do, but I'm going to need a lot of help." "I told you I can take care of the new theater search, Reese. You should be with Melina." "Melina's fine, Max. Mom and Dad are with her." Only because they'd cut their trip short, but once Melina had gone to the hospital, none of them had really expected anything different. "But you're not with her. We're going to check out the Paradise Theater when we have a chance. You've always loved it, and now it's vacant. It also costs a fortune to rent. I told you, I'm working on an investor who's interested. He just needs us to give him a game plan for a fresh act, and to come up with that game plan, I need you to take a look at the theater and work up some new tricks with me. The tour won't take long. We'll just check out the space, see if it has what we need and whether it inspires us." "Fine," Max grumbled as they entered the theater. Part of him wished Reese would just leave him alone, but the other part was grateful his brother was still pushing forward. Given how devastated he'd been after seeing Grace, Max should be lying around watching TV, drinking beer, and eating pizza all day. But he had his family and those babies to think of. He forced himself to focus on the theater lobby. It was a beauty, with wood, stone, and crown molding. The theater itself was huge, with lots of space under the stage and in the wings, which was critical for an act like theirs that required large set pieces and trapdoors. He felt a jolt of excitement he hadn't felt since before Grace left. "Look," he said, "we don't know what we're going to need yet, so we might be going about this backwards. I told you Grace's suggestion about working with a dance troupe, and I think we need to give that more thought. Maybe we should wait before looking at theaters." "I completely agree that Grace's suggestion has merit, but the theater is available now. We need to act before someone else does. Here we are." Reese opened the huge doors that led into the theater itself. "Looks like we might be too late already," Max said. There were people on the stage, some stretching and some dancing. "Sorry, Reese, I know how much—" "Max Dalton?" He turned toward the woman who'd called him and was now moving toward him with long, graceful strides. She was wearing a leotard and tights. "Yes," he said. She held out her hand. "I'm Louisa James. I run a local dance studio." Max shook her hand. "Right, my brother and I were just going to—" He turned to introduce the woman to Reese, but his brother had disappeared. He turned back to Ms. James. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll just be going." "Oh, you didn't disturb us. We're here for you. Grace arranged for it." "Grace?" He looked around, his pulse escalating at the idea of seeing her, even as he wondered again what the hell was going on. "She told me you were interested in incorporating some dance and acrobatics into your magic act. She arranged for me to bring several dancers so we could talk about different options." Max couldn't believe it. The last time he'd seen her, Grace had wanted nothing to do with his drama. So why had she arranged for all this? The answer was obvious. Grace was afraid of taking a risk on him, but she was a good person, a good friend. She cared about Melina and Reese and their future. She probably cared about Max too, just not enough. "Is Grace here?" "No, but she is in Vegas. She said she'd stop by later. Shall we talk things out?" Grace was in Vegas. He was going to see her. He didn't know if that was a good idea or not, and he didn't care. "Yes, let's do that." Hours later, Max sat alone in the quiet theater waiting for Grace. Louisa James and her dancers had shown him some definite possibilities for making the show bigger than ever. They'd already scheduled a time to meet again. Even if it turned out Reese and Max couldn't afford to lease the Paradise Theater, there were others. But where was Grace? He wanted to thank her. He wanted to ask her what all this meant. He wanted to know if she'd changed her mind about giving them another chance. But she'd hurt him. Far more than Nancy Morrison ever had. Could he really set himself up for that kind of hurt again? He knew now Nancy's rejection all those years ago had more to do with her own insecurities than it had him. She'd talked a good game, but when he replayed her words, he saw how many of them focused on her fear that he'd get bored and move on to someone else. He hadn't seen it then, and he'd let her walk away. He'd done the same with Grace. He hadn't wanted to, but the bottom line was he couldn't be with a woman who didn't believe in what they had enough to fight for it. To fight for him. He heard Grace's footsteps before he saw her. When he looked up, she was only several steps away, carrying a gift box in her hands. She looked good. She always looked good. But she also looked uncertain. She sat next to him. "How'd it go with Louisa?" she asked. "We're going to collaborate together. Thank you, Grace." "You're welcome." She cleared her throat. "How are you?" "I'm okay." She traced the edge of the box she carried. "That's too bad, because I'm miserable without you. I was kind of hoping you were the same." He remained silent, waiting, and hoping as well. "You know how badly I want to be normal, Max," she said. He sighed and took her hands in his, the box balanced on her thighs while their joined hands rested on top of it. "You're more fabulous than normal can ever be, Grace. I know you don't believe that, and as we've already established, I can't give you normal. Not with this life. So why are you here?" "Because I can give you some normal." He tried to pull away, but she tightened her grip on him. "I've been trying so hard to reject the adventurous side of me that sometimes I forget it's just a part of me, not all of me. There's more to me than that, just like there's more to you than being a performer. We've got layers, you and I." "Agreed." "I think, between the two of us, if you're willing to try again, we can have it all. I can support your career and your lifestyle, Max. That's why I brought Louisa here. We can give each other the excitement we need, but we can also give each other normal, too. Stability, comfort, security, love. And eventually, if everything works out well and you want it, a family." "Why are you sure we can have it when you weren't sure before? What's changed?" "I've had time to talk to friends, to family who refuse to let me resign myself to a lifetime of missing you. And that's what I'll have without you, Max, a whole lot of missing you." He brought her hands to his mouth so he could kiss them. "I've missed you too, Dixie." She leaned forward, obviously wanting him to kiss her on the mouth as much as he wanted to do it, but the box on her lap got in the way. When she pulled back, he tapped on the box lid. "Is there something inside there you want to show me?" She looked uncertain. "Maybe there's no need. I kind of brought it as backup just in case you needed to be convinced how serious I am about you, but now it seems like overkill." "Grace, you rented a theater and had a dance troupe show up for me. I'm pretty sure nothing in that box is going to blow my mind." "Okay." She lifted the lid and took out a blanket. He sucked in his breath. He'd been wrong. She had blown his mind. The blanket Grace held looked similar to the ones his mom had given Reese and Melina for the babies. He reached out to touch it. It was soft. Almost as soft as Grace's skin. He traced the outline of his and Grace's names above a blank heart where a baby's name was supposed to go. "It's not the real one," she said. "Your mom has yours safely at home." His mom made him one? He shouldn't be surprised, but he was. "I had this one made because I wanted you to know this is what I want. Our names on a baby blanket that your mom makes for us, with our baby's name in a heart underneath ours. I want time to explore our relationship and enjoy one another. But eventually, when we're ready, I want to build a family with you." "I want that too," he said in a gravelly voice. "And Grace, I don't need to be a magician to make it happen. You worked your way into my heart back at Lodi's. You've never left. And until the time comes that we're ready to have a baby, I'll be your family. For now and forever. Epilogue. Max's magic rule number 19. Visualize a standing O, prepare for it, perform, and reap the rewards. 2 months later, Max was in the Paradise Theater helping choreograph a new set that combined the Dalton twins' magic tricks with a stunning acrobatic number courtesy of Louise's dance troupe. He just called for a break and was speaking to the show's biggest investor, Jamie Whitcomb, Lucy's ex, when the theater doors were flung open and Lucy came running down the aisle. When she stopped in front of them, she kept her gaze glued to Max as if Jamie didn't exist. Jamie, however, looked at Lucy as if he wanted to throw her over his shoulder. "Reese and Melina are on their way to the hospital." Lucy grabbed Max by the shirt front and shook him even as she grinned and bounced up and down. "The babies are coming. Let's go, Max." "I'll get Grace and meet you in the parking lot," Max said, not even bothering to hide his own grin. This is it, he thought. Soon I'll be holding my nieces or nephews. With a nod, Lucy turned to head outside, but froze when Jamie cupped her elbow. "I'll drive you to the hospital," he said. Lucy jerked away from his touch and narrowed her eyes. "If you want company, you can always hire a chauffeur. You can hire 10. I'd rather walk down the strip naked than go anywhere with you." Jamie's fists clenched and his jaw ticked. "Damn it, Lucy, you're being ridiculous. My money's good enough to invest in this theater, but nothing else." "I didn't ask you to invest in the theater. Melina did. I simply told her I had no objection in her asking you, and I don't. I have no objection because you mean nothing to me. You mean less than nothing." He crossed his arms. "If Melina wasn't in labor, I'd make you eat those words, Luce." "Dream on, Jamie." She headed toward the door, calling, "Let's go, Max." Max placed a hand on Jamie's shoulder. "I'm sorry, man, but I gotta go." "I'll meet you there," Jamie said. Max wasn't surprised Jamie was going to the hospital since he and Melina were friends before he'd started dating Lucy. He just hoped the two of them could keep their particular brand of drama under control when they got there. Since Grace wasn't working right now, she spent a lot of time at the theater. She planned on spending more time helping Melina with the babies, but she was going to have to fight Max's and Melina's moms for that honor. Max found her talking to one of the dancers. "It's time, Grace. Melina's at the hospital." "Good Lord." She said a quick goodbye to the other woman, grabbed Max's hand, and began dragging him to the back door. When they got to his car, however, she stopped. "Melina's going to be a mama," Grace said as tears filled her eyes. Max hugged her close. "Your time will come, Grace." She laughed and shook her head. "I'm not thinking about myself. Family surrounds me, and I know I'll have more someday. It's just Reese and Melina, they're perfect together. And now their lives are going to be even more perfect." "If anyone knows about perfection, it's you, Dixie," he whispered as he ran his knuckles down her cheek. She smiled, pressed a soft kiss on his jaw, then threw open the passenger door. "Come on, the babies are coming." A week later, Max and Grace had tears in their eyes, but for slightly different reasons. Reese had convinced Melina and both sets of grandparents to go out to dinner, leaving Max and Grace alone with his niece and nephew for the first time. Now, settled into the rocking chair in the nursery, Max cradled a baby in each arm, his expression one of utter adoration. Grace was quite familiar with that look, since Max pinned it on her frequently. Not a day passed that she didn't feel like the luckiest woman in the world because of it. That's why her tears were ones of happiness and regret. It scared her sometimes how close she'd been to losing him. Max sensed her mood and looked up from the babies to frown at her. "Dixie, what's wrong?" She reached out and smoothed the downy hair on each of the babies' heads. Then she cupped Max's face in both hands, leaned down, and gave him a soft kiss. He immediately angled his head and deepened their lip action, only pulling back when Charlie squeaked. She giggled when Tabitha gurgled in response. "I was right," she said. "They're perfect." Max sobered. "Tell me," he said. "I'm so happy," she said. "And I know with you in my life I'm only going to be happier. I just can't believe I was such a fool, that I didn't see everything you were from the beginning. What if I never came to my senses? What if I let you get away?" "That was never going to happen. You saw me, Grace," he said. "Long before you walked into Lodi's." "What do you mean?" No way you would have approached me the way you did unless you knew I had more to offer than my—" She slapped her hand over his mouth. "Don't you dare," she said. "Not in front of the babies." He puckered his lips and kissed her palm. When she removed it, he said, "All right. I'll wait until we're alone, or on second thought, maybe I'll let you do all the talking tonight. You're just saying that because hearing me talk Southern gets you hot. You don't need an accent, Max. I knew the moment we spoke you were the one. I was just too scared to admit it. And now? Now I just want to see you holding these darling babies, hoping that one day I'll be lucky enough to be carrying your baby inside me. I love you, Max." It was the first time she'd said it, even though she'd been certain of her feelings for quite some time. She hadn't been so certain what Max's response would be. But she should have known Max would beat her to the punch. "Reach into my shirt pocket, Dixie." She did, and pulled out a playing card. The Queen of Hearts. On it, he'd written, "I love you too, Grace." She blinked back even more tears and whispered, "Give me some sugar, Magic Man." He did. And she knew, no matter what, even when things weren't perfect between them, her life with Max would always be sweet. This has been Flirting with the Bad Boy, written by Virna DePaul, narrated by Ellen Lang. Copyright 2013 by Virna DePaul. Production copyright 2014 by Virna DePaul.